tap that and I talk.
Ladies and gentlemen, get comfortable. It's going to be a lot of fun. Welcome to the Pan American Black Bass Championships here in beautiful New Brunswick.
Wow, wow, wow. We're here at the Pan American Black Bass Championships. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. I'm here with Joe Ford, Vice President of CISA. Man, Joe, what do you think, man? This is unbelievable.
I've got goosebumps all over right now, Jeff. Honestly, I watched all the guys take off. I was actually in the takeoff boat with the flag, watching everybody blast off this morning. It was a super well done, well organized procession of boats that took off from Destination Nakwick's Big Axe Marina. All the work that's gone into this event and all the anglers that have come to New Brunswick to take part in this event, I'm almost speechless, really. Like, we got about an hour and 20 minutes to talk. You
know words left. You know, as an avid angler myself, in 35 years of doing this is the biggest thing to hit New Brunswick for sure, and probably Canada. We've got an excellent group here with Aurora, and the guys, they're doing a fantastic job.
Oh, without question.
You know what I mean? We've got the Destination Nakwick and Mayor Tim Fox right out there working. His wife Tanya up at the Lobster Boil by Patterson's, cleaning dishes. The Lions Club just going crazy. Like
they brought it last night.
Just,
Holy, they were running lobster around and ribs and just incredible hospitality here in New Brunswick. I can't say enough great things about everybody that's been involved. And how about our opening ceremonies?
Oh man, that was crazy.
Oh my goodness, that was such a spectacle. I was amazed at how many people that came out that were fans of bass fishing. I was watching autographs being signed and hats being given away and T-shirts getting shot out of guns off boats. Like, it was awesome. And the band that played and our First Nations community came out with a drumming ceremony that was very, very special. And we opened this off with a bang. And You know, there's been 2 years of work that have gone into planning this, and we could not have done it without our partners. Capital Region Fredericton, Tourism, Destination Nakawik, our Yeti, our longtime partner with Canada Bass, they stepped up in a huge way. The province of New Brunswick, and even our federal government, the Atlantic Corporation, stepped up in a big way. So there was a lot of people that came into this. There was thousands and thousands of man hours and volunteer hours that went into building this. And
How
this
many of
is
those
really,
meetings we were on, eh?
Oh,
You know what I mean? And you know what's exciting is today we are going to weigh in the very first ever largemouth bass here in the province of New Brunswick, and the word on the street is they're getting them.
they are, yeah. We got a report that one boat's already got a limit of largemouth,
Yeah,
which is
I heard it was good.
groundbreaking. So
it's crazy.
yeah, largemouth bass have not been recognized as a sport fish in the province of New Brunswick, and we fought really hard to show the province and the communities, you know, the economic impact and the value of this resource, and how sport fishing and just being out with your family is such a huge fabric across Canada. And you nailed it, Jeff. Like, the world is watching us right now.
Yeah. It's awesome.
This is the biggest deal that's ever happened in Canada. I mean, we got Scott Martin and Jeff Gustafson and Bob Azumi and all these accomplished, amazing competitors.
Alex Morrison and
even
all these guys, Trey.
our First Nations team from Ontario, the Turtle Island boys.
Yeah.
We've got multiple classic champions on that team. Mike Quinnell, Mike Williams, Dwayne Jacobs. These guys can flat out catch them.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see what happens with this. This is cool. This is the first time I've done a broadcast like this live. I feel like Mark Zona. I think you're the Mark Zona, yeah.
I know. I'm not. I'm just a local boy trying to help out here. And you know what's awesome about this is the way it brings these teams. Like, I've never been in a bass tournament. It's always me against you.
Yeah.
And in this event, what really surprises me is how the teams get together. They have team meetings, the strategy. I think Bob Azumi talked about it. I've never talked to an angler that told me the truth. And so these guys are actually working together. They got a strategy. I saw Team USA last night all huddled up. If you don't think that these anglers want to represent their country, you're crazy. I mean, Team Canada. I mean, come on, Team Canada.
I know.
Like, we're growing up and like I'm just speechless. We have a couple of local anglers on Team Canada, the Ben and John Stockdike out of Nova Scotia.
Adam Foster.
And Adam Foster.
Adam's fishing with Bob Azumi today, and he's on a pretty awesome pattern, so I hope it really works out for the boys. Yeah, and I mean, I got to give a big shout out to my bro here, Jeff. Like, he jumped on board from the get-go 2 years ago. Him and I sat down after I had a meeting with former Minister Mike Holland, and we talked strategy on how we were going to make this happen for – you know, it's an amazing, exciting opportunity for New Brunswick, but this is something that's like so special for all of Canadian sport fishing that we can all. That's a huge celebration of fishing.
Yeah, we had a little fog delay this morning.
Yep.
Which means that safety. Everything's always about safety. The things that we've got. You know, we have so many local fellas. We had a boat breakdown. We had somebody that showed up with a boat just to make sure. We've got local marine shops that are on standby. We've got, you know, all this kind of stuff on the go. And I mean, to me, it just makes me proud as a maritimer that we're gonna show maritime hospitality and just look after stuff. And when it happens, we adjust. You know, one of the boys took off here. He's off to a dealer. Dealer's got a new compressor for the motor. We're going to put him back in order. I mean, that is what is the essence of fishing, is bringing a community together and having that. I've never been around an event that everybody's so happy. I mean, we get the dock situation and we get the little, you know, I'm going to throw this at you and that. I'm on, you know, the grubs to get people off, and they're going, what? And they hear all this dock talk, you know. And,
for sure.
And so, like, and I mean, I got to spend a day with Coop and Gus, and man, what a day. Oh, I got to spend a day with you, too.
Yeah,
and so
we took Mayor Fox out for a day. That was a lot of fun. We
Yeah.
actually went largemouth fishing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, that all those things, I've got a lot of volunteers that have come up to me, and they're like getting the autographs. And then people are like, I've always wanted to meet that guy. We had, Mayor Fox was telling me that the girl that runs the canteen in here has never met Pat Roach. And they're big trailer park fans, and she was so nervous, and she wouldn't go over. So Marquette over here, so she wouldn't even go. Oh, I don't know.
How cool was he at the opening ceremony?
Oh yeah, the belly thing. Oh man,
he was super cool. We brought Pat Roach, and our bro Ron James is here. He was the host of the Fish TV television show for 25 years. So Ron moved out to the Maritimes. He's in New Brunswick, and he stepped up to help us out with this and do some commentary. And our brother Moose.
Oh man, that boy is a machine.
For those of you watching who don't know, Moose, he's a personality in Canada. He's a fishing personality. He's a graphic designer by trade. I mean, this guy stepped up and jumped on board with this, and I don't know if we'd be here without Moose. Like, honestly.
Oh my God. I talked to Moose, and they call me the weirdest times of the day and stuff, and trying to get it. And he's strategizing with you, then he strategized with me, and he's back to you, and he's like, he was up till 3:30. The graphics, the logos, the flags, the wraps, the tents, all up to Moose. He's done a great job. He's out on the water right now, hunting down for live interviews.
Boats.
We got Ron James out on the water with Pat Roach looking for interviews. We're going to be breaking off to those. We've got some Zoom stuff where we're going to be watching some anglers, and we'll be talking about the anglers and what they're doing. We're going to try and tell you what we see, what we think we see, what we want to see. And
we got to warn you guys, there's a lot of nations here. There's 10 nations from parts of the Americas that have come. We even got a nation from China, a visiting nation, that's going to be competing for the Challenge Cup, which we'll explain a little later. But the cool thing is, with all of these nations, is what I saw this morning was the interaction between all the nations. Like how these guys, a lot of these nations, the anglers have full-time jobs and they fish tournaments on the weekend, a lot like some of the boys in Canada. And there's, very few that get an opportunity to do this as a job, but we have a combination of both. And that's the really unique dynamic about the international fishing and the Pan American Sport Fishing Federation, and the two international bodies that govern all of what we're doing is we bring competitive fishing to light. Like this is a national deal. Everybody's fighting for their national pride, and they want the hardware. And there's no money involved. This is like
it's pride, baby.
This is the national championship for our sport.
It is. And you know what? When you look at that pride, it was evident when we were singing the national anthems up on the opening ceremony, and they're up there with their flags, and it was good.
I know.
It was crazy. So we've got Ron James and Pat Roach live on a boat. Let's go. Let's see if we can take it away to Ron and see what he's got to say.
Why don't we talk about the tournament, and I'll ask you about the movie.
Sure. Yeah. Introing you. Go.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Joel. Hey, welcome to the Pan American Black Bass Championship right here in beautiful Fredericton and the Nakawik.
That's right.
What a place.
It's unbelievable. The St. John River, beautiful.
I'm Ron James, and this is, I don't even have to introduce this guy to you. He is the man. Patrick, thanks for joining me today on the boat.
My pleasure, my pleasure.
We are going to have some fun, man.
I know. I'm pumped to be here.
So you're a big-time fisherman. You love it.
I don't know if I'm a big-time fisherman. I just like to get out and fish, Ron. I'm not like you, but I do enjoy getting out, and I've got a lot of friends, so hi to my friends out there.
Yes, sir.
And I just love to get out and fish and be in the outdoors. It's tons of fun. So
I've caught your Instagram, and I love it. I love the concept. I love cooking. I like to cook, too. Well, no, I like to eat.
Yes, I do. I like to eat. I even named my bass boat. It's called A Man's Gotta Eat, Gotta Fish. It used to be A Man's Gotta Eat, because I say that on the show that I'm on, Trailer Park Boys, is Smokey. A man's gotta eat, but a man's gotta fish. That's the right name for the boat.
So before we talk what we're going to do today, you got a new movie coming out.
That's right. A new Trailer Park Boys movie is coming out in November, and it's going to be, I think, in over 150 theaters. So if there's any Trailer Park Boys fans out there, check out the new movie.
There's all kinds of them. What's the name of it?
I don't even know because they keep changing their minds.
Okay,
right?
okay. So surprise.
Yeah, it's a surprise name, but I play Randy in it.
Okay.
And Bubble starts a band, and I play Randy Roadie is what I am.
Oh, that's exciting news. So that comes out in November.
That's right. Yes, very excited about that.
I'm going to see that. So we're going to talk fishing today. Now, you and I get the privilege of running down this St. John beautiful river.
Yes.
Looking for anglers from all over the world. We got 10 nations here.
Right.
They all know how to catch fish.
Yes, I know. I've been seeing they can cast way better than I do. Some of them are using those bait casters, and it goes forever. It looks like
Yeah, these guys are the best in the world. We've got like 3-time Angler of the Year from MLF, Jacob Wheeler. We've got Gussie, who won the Classic. We've got Coop, a lot of elite guys, Joey Sequentes. And we've got some great fishermen from Mexico, China, Argentina, everywhere.
That's unbelievable. Maybe we should go fish in all those places.
You want to come? I'll go with you.
Well, that'd be fun, I think. And I'm sure they could show us the spots.
This whole concept, Pat, is unbelievable to bring all these guys together. For fishing, and it's just a community thing, and everybody, and these guys are fishing for no money. You realize that, right?
Right. It's all for pride for your nation, and I'm just so happy that I got to be a part of this. Joe Ford, he reached out to me, and what a nice guy. Yeah, I'm telling you, and Moose and everyone, and it's unbelievable. Everyone is wonderful.
It takes a lot to put a tournament like this together. I mean, the volunteers, the staff, it's incredible. And Fredericton stepped up to the plate. Nakawik stepped up to the plate. I mean, Yeti, the major sponsor of the event. You can't do it alone, and it takes a crew of people to do this, and to see the amazing, right from the opening ceremonies right through.
That's right. And for Father's Day, my kids gave me this Yeti. It's for your pop or soda cans, or maybe, a beer maybe if you want. Yeah. But it keeps really cold, and they know what they're doing. Oh. And I can't believe what goes into this, and being able to be out here live, and the technology, and I think these cameras probably make us look pretty good too.
I hope they make me a little thinner anyway. Yeah, aren't the jerseys nice? They got everything, Nakawik, New Brunswick. I mean, I just moved to New Brunswick, and I love it.
Oh, I know. And we have to go check out the big axe
in
Nakawik there, because it's the biggest axe, I think, out there.
I heard that. Yeah. And somebody said, you got to go to the big axe. And I'm like, well, is there a wrestler here? Or?
No, it's a real axe. But, it's big. We couldn't lift it. So
how big is it?
It's giant. It's a monument type thing.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I didn't know that.
Check it out.
See, I live in New Brunswick, and I don't even know these things. You're from Nova Scotia.
I'm from Nova Scotia, yes. I live in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, right across from Halifax. So that's where I do most of my fishing for my little smallmouth bass and some chain pickerel and stuff. So, yeah, it's fun.
Little lakes that you live around, right?
That's right. Yeah, they're only like 5-10 minutes away from my house. So it's pretty good. You don't burn much fuel,
Fuel's expensive. You've never been on the St. John River?
I have never. I've only driven past, and now talking to some of the local folks. And, I mean, there's all kinds of fish, apparently some catfish that are in here. Yeah. And I think they said some muskie, and we have the bass. So this is unbelievable.
You know what? Why don't we power up, go see if we can find some of these teams and watch them catch fish so we can learn what they're using, and let's see who's going to win this, whether it's Canada, U.S., Mexico, Argentina, China. Who knows? What do you say?
I think it's great. Let's get out there.
Back to
Okay, thanks, Ron and Pat. Great job out there in the boat. They're going to try and find us some guys in the fish and that sort of thing.
I think Pat's going to move here.
Oh, Pat will be moving. Yeah, he's a big Nova Scotia.
I think he's going to move.
He likes the big X. Listen, I'd like to welcome Mayor Tim Fox to the local desk here. Tim, man, what a salute to you and your team here in Nakawik. All the stops out, the volunteers. It's great. What do you think, man? World class or what?
Look, this is an amazing event for our community and for New Brunswick and Canada, really. But for our little small community. And I got to say, our staff and all the volunteers in our community have really stepped up for this. So it's awesome.
Yeah,
it's overwhelming, really. Like the support that's thrown at this community around sport fishing is like I've never seen it anywhere in my entire career, anywhere.
You know, when we go through these types of events, and we traveled, Joe's traveled to many of them, I try to tell people the community is what makes the difference. And, man, here in Naquick, Millville, man, this community has made a difference.
Massive,
right?
massive.
Yeah, like and you guys know, in 2021 we completed the work on this new marina, and before that had happened, you know, in our planning stages, we consulted with anglers and tournament anglers, and we really wanted to set ourselves up for success in hosting events like this. And you know, in 2023 we did the first Destination Naquick tournament, and you know, I wouldn't have dreamt that we would be here 2 years later doing this.
Well, you know, like when we're going live, we got this going on right now for about an hour, then we're going to come back at 2 o'clock again, and we've got the live weigh-in. We had 3,500 views on our opening video in, what, 25 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour?
Yeah, 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Yeah, I didn't even know the video was going on. I was busy running around like a chicken with my head cut off. I must say though, Tim, your wife Tanya she's a godsend. Like, she has supported. I watched the way she worked the event at Destination Naquick and supported all the anglers and helped out, and our friends at the Lions Club that prepped all our food, and you know, the fine folks that did the box lunches for the anglers. Like it.
Yeah, well, and you guys know, I mean, being on the organizing committee for this, and you know how invested she is with her time, and she keeps more than just you guys organized, right?
She makes the best cookies.
Yeah.
I promise you.
Yeah,
the
well,
best chocolate chip cookies I've ever had in my life.
I
We gotta tell the story because it's way too good.
So his backstory on this one, last year at the Destination Naquick, I found out that Tanya had made the cookies. So she asked me a question actually during an organizing committee meeting, like, how was the lunch? I go, well, lunch was good. The homemade bread, the turkey was all good. But those cookies, like, I got one chocolate chip in a cookie. So I didn't know that was getting her. And I think, oh man, she's been. So guess what? She sent me. You guys were there.
We had breakfast before we picked up Jeff to go fishing the other day, and we packed him breakfast.
Yeah, one piece of bacon, that big. That's from Tanya. Oh, you're one chip. Yeah. So anyway,
so I just want to step in there and talk about cookies, but our local curling club, they've been making bag lunches for all the anglers and volunteers here, and they're putting together 185 lunches every day for the 3 days of the tournament, so that folks can have lunch when they're on the water. And big kudos to them.
Man.
They put together a massive effort to support this. So it's like I said, it's a community effort, and we've got the best community to do that stuff.
So the boys are backing down in the launch. Out comes the curling club volunteers, 2 bag lunches and water. And, it's great. I told Coop and Gus, they stopped at down here at a gas station. And I'm like, listen, I don't think you want those gas station sandwiches. So anyway, I brought them over. They got them. Well, Bob Azumi forgot his. So the boys had to, they ran down and gave the box lunches. So I got a lot of kudos for that. We did, great work on that. And we're going to have a big barbecue tonight. So we got the meat medley on the.
That's right. Yeah. No, it's we got Giant Smoker here, and they've been preparing meat since last night. So,
well, it's crazy. It's crazy what a community effort can do. I got to hand it to you folks. This is maritime hospitality at its finest. I'm trying to spoil Coop and Gus as best I can. They get up in the morning, they come downstairs. They said, the breakfast over there? No, man, the breakfast is already in the truck. I've got your Tim Hortons in your Yeti, so I'm keeping it warm. Last night, we came out off the water. It's pouring rain. I go, just be quiet, boys, and around. And is it Pat? Who's your ops guy?
Oh, yeah, Paul.
Paul, Paul, I'm going to pulled into the arena. They're in there. Oh, this is wonderful.
Dry, rigging the rods.
I said, you got to be connected, man.
Gussie said he's received the 5-star treatment. Like he's blown away. And I mean, these anglers, we travel from Florida to Texas and all over the place, and these guys have received the 5-star treatment in New Brunswick.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. That's great for me to hear. Great for the community here. I mean, it's we just want to support this sport, and
I'm going to
we got a good spot to do it.
I got to put a plug in. So Trent Jewett and Big Fiddle Distill out in Harvey. So I had some stuff from back at the Striper Cup, right? So every time everybody comes near, I was like, "Oh, you got to have a shot of salted caramel." So we were at the managers meet or the team meeting yesterday, and then I give some out, and then, "Oh, can I get that?" So I double texted like Trent and the person, and Coop's mom, she wants some, and like. So they were saying so they get off the water. They got a couple of beer and wobbly pops and a couple of these are light things, but they're tasty, man. And, we appreciate that.
Yeah, no, and this afternoon and tomorrow afternoon during the weigh-ins, we're gonna have the folks from Big Axe Brewery here to have a few refreshments and
Pete and the team.
Yeah,
the team.
Yeah, it really is a community effort.
We're cut off to some team photos, some people on the water. So we got Team Puerto Rico out there. We've got folks on the water, all the boat marshals. We've got them. We can see them here. We've got the screens all set up. So we're going to be cutting as we chat over to some of these anglers. And me being from here, maybe I can recognize a rock or stump or two.
I'm so distracted right now because there's so much fishing going on in front of me that we're going to bring you guys all of the commentating that we can. And there's a lot going on in the park. Like we're going to build this place up. The flags are all up. All the banners are up. The tents are everything's built. Get down here to the Big Axe Marina for the weigh-ins, guys. Come on down early. Get your spot in front of the stage. This is going to be pretty epic. You're going to get to see the first largemouth. You're going to get to see the Elite Series boys, all of the nations.
It's going to be crazy. We actually are going to weigh in the very first largemouth ever.
We got Team Mexico right now at the Heartland Covered Bridge. That, for those of you watching, is the longest covered bridge in North America.
Yeah, the world. The world's largest.
In the world.
We don't do things half-ass around
here.
Like,
we got the
world's
biggest axe.
large ass. We got the world's largest egg. We got the world's largest lobster in Shediac. We got. My thing is this. Who's in second place? Like, who's got the second place axe or the second place? They must be totally mad at New Brunswick, right? Like, all upset. Those guys are always getting us.
Team Puerto Rico's got a good one getting weighed on their scale.
Yeah, so Team Puerto Rico, they're sitting up in Woodstock, Heartland area. They're just off the Rock Bluffs, just across from the island. I can tell by the location. And they look like they got one going in the live well. The thing about this fishery, and let's talk a little bit about this fishery.
There's 37 billion smallmouth bass that live in this river. 37 billion.
And the thing is, Bob was saying that Bob Azumi was saying in the meeting, like he came down in '84. I remember fishing that first tournament myself, and I was a young whippersnapper, and they were hard to catch. Now the fishery is good, and it all comes down to hook and release.
That is a great fish.
That's a great one. Yeah. If it comes, if we practice hook and release and we treat this resource with the respect it needs, we can have world-class anglers like this come to the province of New Brunswick and enjoy what we have. If we don't practice catch and release, this will be over very quickly. So it's great. What other things you see going on here?
Fishing.
Well, I just want to step in here for a sec because one thing I notice right now is that guys have been taking their rain jackets and their rain gear off, and it looks like the sun's coming up in the upper stretch at least. So that's good because it was a little wet for practice yesterday, and
You're right.
this will make it a little more comfortable.
Yeah, that's for sure.
In my experience, when you're dealing with a river situation, the water's been low. They dropped some of the water out of the dam, so the last week the water's been about 2.5 feet low. We had a pile of rain, so now we're getting that residual runoff. The body of water is starting to rise right now, and that makes the fish bite.
Yeah.
It's no different than a reservoir or a tidal system with some kind of controlled flow of water. That makes them bite. So I think we're at the precipice of the perfect storm right now with rising water and 37 billion smallmouth bass.
We were out practicing with Coop and Gus, and those guys are professional, and they are able, like what they do to pick the water apart. Like I was impressed. Actually, you did the same thing, Joe. I'm going to give you credit for that.
Well, thank you.
But here we are on a body of water that I fished for 35 years. And I was just like a kid. I'm taking pictures of the stuff they're using. I'm making notes. And then the boys asked me last night, "Did you get any pictures?" I go, "Yeah, look," and then put the yeah. Well, show them to me. No.
We'll get to see how that works for you next May at the next Destination
Nagawik. Yeah, actually, I think we're right here next week on this water
That's
for
right,
second
yes.
day of the MB Bass Tour Championship. So I'll definitely be out there to have a look.
We've got a team from the Woolastook First Nations, and they're our local boys. It's
Wanabanaki Tribal Nation, and that guy Nash, it's his 50th birthday today.
Hey.
Doug Nash, big shout out to him. You made the TV, bro.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Nope, there's another Team Mexico coming in. You know,
they figured out the deal, eh?
Yeah.
I've competed against the Mexicans internationally now at World Championships and Pan American Championships, and I'll tell you what, they're the nicest guys in the world. They're such a proud nation. You saw them at Officer Square singing their national anthem, but on the water, guys, they're ruthless.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like they are.
No, they are, and you know, they're very appreciative of the hospitality they've received here. They're having a great time on the river, and like you say, you see them catching them.
Oh,
you know, back to the weigh-in. You know, when I talked to the guys from Mexico yesterday, they figured in practice they had 17 pounds.
Yeah.
So they could come in with the big bag. We've been talking for months about the big bag. Every time we had a live episode, we get predictions and everything. So
what do you think, Tim? Pick one bag. What do you think is going to be the biggest bag weighed in?
Oh, I already made my prediction in the lives.
Yeah, I think
when we do. Did
you go over 20 or under?
I went 20.7.
Yeah, I'm going to say, guys, it's going to be 22 or bigger.
So I went 19.
Yeah, I think
I went 19, but I didn't realize the skill levels I was dealing with. So do I get like a handicap or something, like a golf handicap?
Well,
because that's just me. But yeah, like I mean, as we're watching these, and you folks at home, you're watching some stuff. We're trying to get this out there for you. We see the other ones as well, and man. This could be just awesome. But
Puerto Rico's culling right now, it looks like.
Yes, it looks like.
Yeah. Well, when I took Coop and Gus out, like they wouldn't even cast at a 2-pounder. They just kept going, no, that's good because you can catch those all day long.
Sure.
And for folks that are watching live that are from New Brunswick, get out here. Like bring your kids. The kids love catching fish.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. We have that. Okay, yeah. So that's. We're gonna go
live to Moose.
Are we gonna go live to Moose? I think we will. Let's see if we can get Moose online here. Moose is live on the water. Let's go to Moose.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I wish you guys could see what I'm seeing right now. Absolutely stunning. I mean, the clouds, the fog just sort of bellowing through these gorgeous trees just as they start to change color. Behind me is Team BKK, so Chucky's boat is right behind me, Team China. We watched them, we pulled.
Let me have a look at it. I'm going to jump out.
I think we had some technicals there. We might have had a bit of a cell phone connectivity issue with Moose.
Yeah, that'd be the first time he ever stopped talking.
I know. He's still talking. So
yeah. Well, if they get him back, we'll get him over here.
Yeah.
The connectivity is
sometimes
a little sketchy on the St. John River.
You see it on the Bassmasters. You see it on the Elite Series.
Yeah.
We're dealing with cell phone towers and connectivity. So.
Oh yeah. But you know what I'm gonna do? Let's get one of the tournament directors in here, Don Patterson. Don, come over and have a seat. What are you saying, man? You take this is your mic. What are you saying, brother? What's going on? Any issues?
Nothing we can't handle.
Nothing
we can't handle.
Pivoting, dodging.
Yeah.
It's all good.
It's fluid.
There's so many moving parts right now to this event between, you're dealing with mechanical failures and boat issues, and we've accounted for extra boats to make sure all our nations can get out on the water, and we've got backups, and everybody's taken care of. We had one of the USA boats went down at first thing in the morning, and we had them a boat switched out within 15 minutes. So.
Yeah, that's crazy. What other issues been facing, Don?
I mean, it's a totally different experience running an event. I've run quite a few events in the past, and what I'm used to is, a team shows up, they're providing their own boat, here we're having to marshal boats for teams that have arrived without their own equipment because they've traveled from so far away just to be here with us. And, it's a totally different animal. I'm not going to say that it hasn't been challenging, but man, it's been exciting. I'm just absolutely stoked to see this landing here in our backyard.
It's funny. I was talking to Rick Green. He goes, he got a team on the boat, and he goes, they can't back the boat up. They can't run the boat. He said they can barely run the trolling motor. He said, can I have some help? And your volunteers jumped in. They're doing a great job. These guys are buzzing around behind the scenes, and this is it. I think Jason and them, they were backing them right in, and so. That's the maritime hospitality.
Background, boys. A lot of these nations that I've competed against in the Pan American that have joined us for this event, they don't even have bass fishing. Some of these countries, like I believe Colombia, who we're watching now on the live feed, they don't have bass fishing. They don't have smallmouth. So they're coming with limited experience, but they're all hungry, competitive sportsmen. Anglers, they fish in tournaments for other species that are close to bass. They're part of the Pan American Sport Fishing Federation. So they know what's at stake, and they identify that sport fishing is a very, very viable part of our fabric. It really is huge, and they want to help grow it, and that's why we're here, and that's why we're in New Brunswick.
And they're so proud to represent their country. Like, you know what I mean? They're up there.
That part is phenomenal.
They're up there singing their national anthem, and they're like, they got the flags, and it was,
goosebumps.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, I just sends chills up. There's that Doug Nash again. He's 50 years old today, and he's some happy to be out there.
Oh, I bet.
He's crazy.
I actually grew up with Doug, went to school with him. I've known him for years, and retired Canadian Forces member. Really happy to see him and his teammates out here, and we'll see what they can bring to the scales at the end of the day for sure.
So when we're setting this up, maybe Don, take us through the process that we're going to see this afternoon. So take us through the way the weigh-in's going to work, the tanks. So we got Acadia University. Like, just take us through what the plan is.
It's actually, there's a lot of stuff that people don't get to see. Hopefully with the production we are able to put together, people are going to see more than they normally would. Because what's essential for us is our fish care. So we're going to be bringing the fish off the boats in a mesh bag. They're coming out of aerated water on the boats. They're coming into a tank full of aerated water. The town of Nakwik has put together an incredible system here. Then they're going to be moving on up to the stage when it's their turn. They're going to come up, real quick weighing system, Advatech scales here, put the fish on the scales, bang, they're moved on. Couple quick pictures, then they're off to Acadia University. We've got some grad students here from Acadia. They're going to be checking the fish, making sure they're healthy, ready to be returned. There's going to be some tagging going on. It's really a fairly extensive process, and Jeff gave props to the volunteers earlier. We put together an incredible team of people to make all this happen behind the scenes.
Oh, it's crazy.
My hat's off, Donald. Like I watched, we built a parking compound at the Delta in Fredericton, and we needed to put 70 boats in this parking compound with big generators. Hey, there's
one of the stock dikes.
One of the stock dikes locked up right now.
Yeah.
It's cool with the river being a little bit low. It gives you an idea. You're able to see what kind of structure they're fishing. There's seems to be some kind of a rock line that sticks down there that meets sand.
Well,
and that's a transition area where you're going to find smallmouth.
You see that release there? There's a 2-pounder going back in, not even looking at it. Yeah, those boys are on it.
So the Stockdites, John and Ben, they qualified through the Destination Nakwik Open last year, and they put their name in the hat. We at CISA offered one spot to that tournament to qualify for Team Canada, and they were the leaders in the points race, and they won the spot. So, we're honored to have them. Their local knowledge is huge, and they're just an asset, and they're just great guys.
When we were on when I was doing the welcoming with Team Canada, I was very fortunate enough to be invited in to welcome Team Canada, and I got to be part of that meeting and to see the openness. And these guys, Ben and John, I got to talk to them, and I said, Ben, what do you guys think? And you go, man, 2 years ago when we talked about this and you said we should get at it, he goes, we had no idea. And so there they are representing their country, making it happen. And it's just crazy. It's awesome. Did you say something?
Well, what I was going to say is watching that, Joe made a mention of the lower water levels. And what a lot of these guys who don't necessarily fish here normally, but what John and Ben are probably going to be able to take away from this is also some learning experience, because the water is so low. They're actually seeing the cover where they normally would be
right.
fishing.
Yeah.
So instead of just relying on an image on a graph, now they go back to these spots in later years. They're like, I know exactly what is under this water because I've had a chance to. So every time you're out, it's a learning experience for us, no matter how long we've been doing this. And, John and Ben are accomplished on this water.
Oh,
so.
yeah. They've won Team of the Year on local tours here. They've won many championships. They are. And we were on the water last week, and there's like, I was the same thing. Like, I was seeing the water's so low. Like, I mean, I touched in spots like I'm like, this is not good. But you're right. You're absolutely correct. And as we see these guys get going, all the Team Canada's out there. They got a great strategy. Let's talk, Joe, possibly about what do you consider the top team to beat is probably the U.S.?
I was asked that about 3 times this morning, and honestly, I know a lot of the guys. I've competed against a lot of these guys, and it's really in a river situation, a smallmouth river situation. I don't think anybody's truly at an advantage.
Okay.
Obviously, your Elite Series anglers fish for a living, and that's their job, and they're pretty tuned into their electronics. But the boys from Turtle Island and our First Nations team from here, the Woolastook. How do you pronounce it, Jeff?
It's the Wabanaki Tribal Nation.
Tribal Nation. Thank you.
Yeah.
I struggled with that one. I was trying to explain it to somebody, and it just wasn't working out for me.
Yeah.
But I think with these fish being spread out the way they are, and I think when the water dropped, a lot of these fish kind of scattered, and they haven't quite grouped up. So it's going to be one here, one there. I mean, the team that comes up with a couple of big bites each day. But we'll go back to the team format. This is a very, very unique format. There's no individualism here. We do, however, have individual first, second, and third medals, gold, silver, and bronze for the individual team. But these guys are here for the nation gold, silver, bronze, and the America's Cup. That is why they're here. And you talked about it earlier. These teams work together as a team. They share information. They're actually allowed to be on the phone during competition with their team.
Yeah, it's cool.
Helping the teams that are struggling. Because in the scoring, we only keep the top 4 heaviest bags for each day of competition are added up, and that's who takes it.
And yesterday in practice, we saw Team China, just like a precision military exercise. The boats are buzzing down the river. They're equal distance. They land in a spot. They do the whole thing together, and off they go. And it was incredible to watch.
I think those guys have fished together once or twice.
Oh, my goodness. And so one of those boys is BKK Hooks, right?
Yep.
And so is one of our sponsors. And those hooks now, actually, they just were released at ICAST a couple of months ago, and they're available at Dorian Outfitters already. Mark's got them in place. They got this little hook kit.
The tackle system.
It's incredible.
I can't wrap my mind around how cool it is. It's got personalized labels for all your little individual boxes that slide into the main box for which size hook you have or weight or.
So you're saying someone finally built something that might keep me organized?
No.
If you look,
Wishful thinking.
No.
If you look in my
keep
boat
your
right
hooks
now,
organized. It's crazy, and like it's with sponsors like that, and Patterson's, of course, and all the rest, Fredericton, Naquick, all these sponsors are what makes these things happen. And we always talk to our anglers, and support those that support you. And we've got some other groups here as well, but
Valley Fashion and Apparel and Premier Printing in Manitoba. I need a huge shout out to Dan over there at Valley. He's been working with Team Canada since the inception when we were just a bunch of misfits that didn't have any direction, and we were going to these events, and they've been putting these beautiful jerseys and clothes on us and designing everything. So they're the best in the game at tournament jerseys, and they have been with us for several years now.
Well, the thing is Canadian.
Yeah,
which is the best. We
got to support. We have to support our. We when we built this event, we sat down at the table, the organizing committee, and we wanted to make sure that a lot of our infrastructure was paid for in New Brunswick. So we foods from here. We've got graphic design, banners and signs came from New Brunswick. We use Design Art and Signs.
Anthony Milton did a great job. Anthony's actually volunteered one of the boat guys. So I think he's got. I'm not sure, a Columbia maybe on his boat.
Yep. And Dorian Outfitters, he brought a 45-foot trailer. It's a tackle store on wheels. He's had it at the the hotel. It's going to be here at the park. So these anglers that have flown in have access to all the best tackle. They can go in if they need a spool of fishing line. Amanda from Minnow Tackle is going to be here with her whole store. Like, everybody came
even
out
Phil's
to
Auto
support.
and Recreation down there. That
Yep.
he's been. I think we've had 3 or 4 boats have gone down, and they're back in 45 minutes. So, you know, like that community spirit is always what impressed me. I got to travel the world for many years, and I would always come home, and a lot of people don't get to travel. And I always tell people, you know what? Like, I've visited some awesome places, but if I'm going to live somewhere, man, this is where I'm going to live. Because I know my neighbor is going to come and help me. I need a roof put on or a deck done. It only takes a case of beer and a big smile, and you get a lot of people coming to help, and it's crazy.
I've said the same thing, Jeff. I mean, in my job, I've traveled North America. I don't think I've traveled quite as much as you, but 45 states, 9 provinces, and I've loved so many of the places I went, but there's something special about the Maritimes, on the Canadian East Coast in general, and I think we're getting a real great opportunity to show that off this week.
There's 2 tournament trails in New Brunswick, the NBSFA and the NB Bass Tour, and these guys are phenomenal anglers, and they really inspired us when we came down to fish the Destination Nakawik Open because it was a joint event with the 2 trails, and that's, in a roundabout way, that's what really lit the fire under us to come here. So Mike Perchek and Donald Patterson are our 2 tournament directors, and they represent both series. And they're very respectable 60, 70 boat series right here in New Brunswick. They fish a lot of different parts of this river and other bodies of water. But, I mean, these guys can flat out catch them. I wanted to know, I'm watching some of this footage, guys, and I'm seeing the anglers fish at the covered bridge, and I think I've got every boulder for about a mile marked from that that bridge down. But what do you think the best type of pattern is for this kind of situation? We're post front. There's not a lot of wind. It doesn't seem to be a lot of current coming down river right now, and we've got an overcast. I'm feeling it's like a topwater day.
Oh, it would be a great topwater day for sure. But you know what's going on in the river? We've got the Allwives, the baby gas bro are migrating from upriver. They're heading to the ocean. Like they're heading to the ocean. So they
know they got a roadblock, right?
They get a little stop. They got a little stop down there at Mactaquac, but they're coming. So when we were out the other day, you would see the bass pushing those Allwives up into a shallow cove or whatever. Even right here in the marina, they were boiling this morning. So they push those in, and then they feed on them, and they work as a school to do that. And sometimes when you would hook one fish, you'd be bringing it in, and there'd be 3 or 4 fish all excited and following it in. And so, that's probably what's going to be. The problem will be without that current is to get those things isolated on a point or get them to kind of group in. So I think covering the water and power fishing a little bit will be key if you're going on a shallow bite. If you're going on a deep bite, like a lot of the anglers that are on the live scope and that sort of thing, they're looking for that one little piece of structure. And what was that spot we found was down, we were, 35 feet of water?
38 feet of water.
38 feet of water. Now, to me, that's just unheard of here. But we idled over a spot. He said, whoa, let's stop right here. Boom, he dropped down on that sucker. Bang, 3.5 pounder, 38 feet of water.
See, I think the potential game changer for this, as far as I know, Mactaquac's still holding water. So like you said, Joe, there's not a lot of current.
Yeah.
If it was me, I would be downriver. I would be trying to break with the New Brunswick pattern. I'd be moving away from the smallmouth, and I'd spend at least the first half of my day playing downriver, playing with the largemouth, because I really think they have the ability to be the make or break of this event.
So we're going to find out, because what we have is we have a creel study on the go right now. So every boat marshal must record every single fish that's caught, smallmouth. Now, largemouth, they not only have to record the largemouth, but they have to record the waypoint. So when we talked to government, we said, look, we're going to have 100 of the best anglers in the world. You've got one scientist working on largemouth. We're going to give you a creel study and a location study that is going to show you where these fish are, and then now you have something to base your management on. So that'll be very cool to see how that is.
We need the data. That is the most important thing,
right?
To manage a fishery and have some kind of focused management plan on a body of water. We need the data, and these anglers are in the perfect position. This is there couldn't be a better opportunity for DNR in the province of New Brunswick to utilize this as an advantage, because we got to have them.
I think it's important to note that they didn't say no. They said, let us talk about how we're going to make this happen.
They were very easy to work with.
Right? And so what we agreed to do and what we're going to be doing for the folks out there is, as these largemouth are caught, we are going to bring them in here to the weigh-in. We will segregate those largemouth, and they will be returned to exactly where they were caught after the weigh-in today. So we've got the data. We're not going to spread these things around, but I think we're going to find out that they're probably spread around pretty good already. But that's great, because we need to do that. The province needs to know: are they in the Arm? Are they in the Meduskeg? Are they in Kelly's Creek? Right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and a lot of people wonder, how prolific are they? How long have they been here? And I mean, Jeff, you and I both know they've been here a long while.
A long time.
And I've had people ask me, do you really think anyone's going to be targeting them and bringing them to the scales? By, I think it was 9:30 this morning, I got a call from one of the boats wanting clarification on our culling rules for largemouth as far as moving them and that sort of stuff. They just wanted to ask a couple questions. By 9:30 this morning, they already had a full limit of largemouth. So I at this point, I would guarantee we have largemouth coming to the scales today.
Well, when we had Katie here and they said, we're going to have 50 tags for largemouth, I said, well, you'll have plenty.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
You might have shot a little low on that one, Jeff.
I mean, and talk about a Katie, Leah and her team, Dr. Trevor Avery's team, they have supported fisheries here. Unbelievable, right? They come to the Striper Cup every year. They're running. These kids are unbelievable, smart, and they want to look after the fisheries. They're hugging the fish. I swear. It's incredible. So what happens, folks, is we bring those fish in. They come in here for a quick weigh-in. We put them in an aerated tank. We have special chemicals to help revive the fish and give them new slime. And then they get to we're going to take scale samples. We're going to put tags in them. And it gives us an ability to have a marked recapture study. So when we have those recorded tags and we catch them again and somebody tells us, then that's how we determine population size. So these are, when you look at a tournament like this, and yes, for Team Canada, but there's so many other benefits to the community, to the fisheries, to management, to everything that's happening here in the fisheries.
I'm pretty sure Vasquez from Puerto Rico just missed a good one.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's an incredible experience for the province, for the fishery. How about for our boat marshals? I don't know if you guys have had a chance to touch on that. These guys.
Imagine being a recreational tournament angler and you get to sit in a boat with one of these guys.
Well, and you've got guys coming from so many backgrounds.
Oh, yeah.
Because Jeff, even you said being out with, it was Coop and Gussie and that, but you learned. I mean, you've been doing this. You've been doing this longer than Coop's been alive. No offense, but. The learning experience, to be out there with someone and see something different, to see something that they're bringing from, they could have baits that they're using, in their home country that we've never laid eyes on, and all of a sudden something clicks. It's like, where can I get those?
Yeah, well, I think there's been some tackle shops that are probably pretty busy, and you're absolutely correct, because this is about sharing information and sharing it. So I talked to team captains and not team captains, but the boat marshals, and those folks there, they're really volunteering their time. They've taken holidays to be here. We basically cover their expenses and gas and all that sort of stuff, but they are running around with their shirt and autograph trying to get autographs. So let's have a look at this. What do we got?
Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico's on the scale. What's he got there?
It looks like a half decent fish.
Looks
that
pretty good.
Pretty solid.
Yeah.
Shoulders.
Got some shoulders on it. Okay. I bet just 2.6. I'm going 2.6 on that puppy. Let's see what he got. Okay.
Scale seems to be acting up. Looks like it keeps reading 0. That definitely weighs more than that. My math isn't the greatest, but
zeros.
I know it weighs more than 0. Oh, whoa. Was that a 4?
That's a
There's
big
glare
fish.
on that screen, but that looked like a 4.
No way.
I don't think the camera did it justice. Oh.
Whoa.
Whoa. Yeah, I'm tossing 4s over the side of the boat.
Okay, maybe that wasn't a 4.
I don't think that was a 4. No. Oh, that's nothing.
Puerto Rico's got to have a bag. If
Yeah.
you're throwing 2.5.
That was definitely 2.5.
Oh,
Yeah.
For sure.
Hey, there's Dorian Outfitters.
Yeah, the
Not only
Crush
did he bring a
City
trainer,
Rapala.
but he brought his boat, and he's out there as a boat marshal.
Yep.
You know, I just heard yesterday that he came up and offered Tim Fox 150 rod and reel combinations for next year's Destination Nakwik for the kids event.
That's awesome.
I'm fishing in that event. I'm not even going to bring my
Me
boat.
too. Be the first time I won something. No,
Did Tim and Tanya Fox tell you they got a new roommate?
No, that's you.
I'm not leaving.
You're over
I'm
there.
the roommate.
Yeah. Well, when and the other thing we got on the go here is we have Fishing Canada's, and Pete and Ange are here. They've been here for 2 weeks filming. They're out there now. We got air tags, just so folks, we got air tags on some boats, so we know where they're. Well, we don't, but Fishing Canada knows where to go find them. I think they're doing 2 episodes.
Angelo is coming up to his 40th season filming the Fishing Canada show, and I've known Angelo my whole career. They used to own a fishing store in Oshawa, Ontario called Barclays. And my dad took me in there and bought my first fishing rod when I was a little kid. So I grew up watching Bob Azumi and Angelo. So when we got to offer this to Ange, he jumped all over it. So this is going to be broadcasted in next year's season on the Fishing Canada show. If we get the weather, they're going to try for 2 episodes if we can get the weather.
Okay. Well, when you see some of these live feeds, if we get sunshine tomorrow, those leaves in the fall foliage on the St. John River is mind-blowing.
I see one of the looks like they're upriver towards Heartland, one of the Puerto Rican teams. That's getting pretty bright on their feed.
There's Team Columbia. Look behind them, the reds and yellows.
And that's on a dull day. It will be incredible what we can show off.
I'm so jealous. I would like to be out there right now. Now, listen, just so everybody knows, Joe, you're one of the alternates on Team Canada. I watched the team meeting. There was a lot of conversation about, Bob said this. Bob said, if I'm not in the top 4 after day 1, I'm out, the alternate's in. And so I look back at that and I'm going, here's one of the Canada's iconic anglers representing Canada and ready to give up his seat in a heartbeat.
Team Columbia, they're doing some weigh-in.
Okay. Yeah, that's Tim Chambers.
Yep.
Tim's been a long angler on the MBSFA. He's got them out, and he looks like he's culling. That's good. Well, there's one going back. But as I was saying, go ahead. Sorry.
The team concept. Just to touch on what Bob Azumi said to the team. So all of the nations are allowed to bring an alternate in the event that there's an emergency or a sickness or something comes up. They're allowed to have an alternate to throw in. So at Team Canada, we have a qualifier to make the team with all the accomplished anglers come and compete. That is a good
That's
fish.
not a bad one.
That's it.
Yeah.
There's
Team Puerto Rico's bringing it.
That better be going in the live well. If he calls that,
oh my God!
I'm gonna start sweating.
Yeah, it looks like that might be going in there. And the guys got
another guy's hooked up.
They got another one at the same time.
Just a little smaller.
Yeah. Look at
this. Those there, folks, are 2 of the 37. Oh man,
that's Gomez. Is that? Yeah.
No.
That's Vasquez.
They all look Oh, sorry. Yeah. Man, look at this. Double hitters. They're on the. You know what I mean? That just shows what we have here in the province.
I had half a day practice 2 years ago in the Destination Nakwik Open, and we finished 4th or 5th, and I had an 18-pound bag on one of the days. And we broke off. Brent broke off one that was well north of 5. I promise you. I'm a St. Lawrence River fishing guide.
Yeah.
And I know what a 5-pounder looks like. This was a giant. And we only had half a day of practice, and I caught like 80 fish a day.
Yeah, I know. So we got the pressure on this river. So the last 3 weekends in a row, we've had tournaments on this water.
Yep.
Okay, and we talk about tournaments and coming to pre-fish, and it ruins the fish. And look at this, 3 weekends in a row. These guys have been on the water. Like some of the Canadian teams showed up on Thursday. They've been banging them all week. Here we are in a tournament, and they're all catching fish.
And it doesn't look like any one of these camera feeds there's someone not catching.
Guys, Columbia's stroking them. Look at this.
Oh yeah.
Those are nice fish.
Those are nice fish. Oh,
wow.
Don't drop them, boys.
Yeah.
It's great to hold them up to the camera, but you don't want to be the guy that lets one drop.
Yeah. It's as I always say in these tournaments, 2-day tournament here, you got to stay in it on day 1. If you're not in it on day 1, you got to stay close. It's going to take, to me,
you don't have to win on day 1, but you can lose on day 1.
You're right, yeah. So if you don't have 15 plus pounds today, you're going to be struggling. So that's what Bob said. Like, if you're struggling, like, be the guy that steps up and says, perhaps you'd like to step down, give an alternate. So, Joe, we might be talking about you here tomorrow.
Maybe.
There's Joe Ford giving her.
We've been doing this since 2018, and we've been fishing against USA and Mexico, and we've traveled to Mexico for the Worlds and Puerto Rico and South Carolina, and it's really it's really a cool deal when you put a team of these anglers together and they see how important it is to work together as a team. And the alternates are just as equal a part of the team as anybody else. And if you need them, they're there. But, you know, ultimately the alternate going in is a team decision, and it's a captain's decision. So I'm just here to support the team and
Yeah, it's crazy.
You know, whatever they need.
Well, you know, and there's a lot of folks where like go Team Canada. Like, so we're gonna take a look because we're watching Mexico. They're definitely up at the Heartland Bridge, but you look at this, like there's no current up there. That's dead flat calm. If they're catching them when it's dead flat calm, man, if they open that dam, bang.
We just had one of the volunteers come up to the edge of the side of the studio here, and he just told me that someone just pulled a 2.5 pounder right out here off the dock.
Yeah, Ray Heredia is out there on his trolling motor right now.
Oh yeah, Ray.
He had electrical issues. So yeah. So that's how well populated this system is. You don't even have to leave the dock.
Yeah, I called poor Ray. I couldn't pronounce his last name, so I called him Ray Hernia. And I go, that's from pulling in all them fish, right? So, like, I could go, hey, Hernia, how's it going? I mean, he's laughing about it, but, you know, it's great. I'm up there struggling with some of these names, and, you know, I'm a maritimer. Like, I like Run, Dick, Run, or Jane, Go Fishing. I mean,
Puerto Rico is just flat out catching them.
Like, oh, yeah, look at that. Yeah. Like, they're just trying to have a look. You know, folks, that just for those that aren't used to bass fishing, I mean, these live wells, like, bass anglers, they look after their catch. They're moving them. They got aeration. They've got, you know, chemicals, you know, G-juice and those sorts of things that increase the slime on the body of the fish. That's antibiotics, so it doesn't get contaminated, and it's like it's just the way it is. But that's a good belly on that thing.
And they're just starting to chunk up for fall. So, you know, if you folks are watching this and you want to pay another quick visit to New Brunswick before the season's over, they're just going to get bigger.
Oh yeah, it's you know, it's I think it's open right till the end of October on the St. John River. It is hook and release at this point, so you're not allowed to keep any of the bass after September 1st, I believe.
Some of these teams will catch 70 to 100 fish today.
Oh,
easily.
sure.
I'd say some of them have already.
I could probably name 3 places in the world that is a reality on any given day of fishing.
Yeah, I know that's it is crazy, and I did talk to guys, and they're just like crazy, like Cooper and Gus. They go, "This place is a fish factory."
Yeah,
right.
But a lot of that comes, Jeff, as we talk about pressure. But given the size of this river system, I mean, the stretch that is fishable for this tournament alone is a 60-mile stretch of river.
No, and you gamble. You're out of your Nakowick. Nakowick is
We're in the middle.
It's in the middle, so you can turn right, you can turn left, you can just drop your trolling motor and have fun. So, you know, I always encourage people, and I mean, my dad brought me up trout fishing and salmon fishing and everything. But man, when kids go fishing, they just want to catch something. They don't care what it is. And so that's the key. Don't worry about it. Just go out fishing. And
if bass isn't your thing.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
There's so many. This river is so diverse.
We got muskie, and we got. You know, I always say this. You know, release a fish, save the fish, and eat a steak. Like,
exactly.
We're growing them cows to eat. Like, you know what I mean? That's where we're.
I like a good steak better than fish, anyways. So.
Me too. That's it. Yep. I'm the same way. But when we go and think about this, and I've introduced, we have a lot of kids events. I was talking about the kids event at Destination Nakowick. And you see the smiles on those faces when they catch something, and they're so proud.
And they don't care if it's, 6 inches or 6 pounds, it's catching. And we have a fishery that you can go, Jeff, I know you've got a saying that you like to, you like catching better than you like fishing.
Yeah.
And this is a place where you can, instead of going fishing, come to New Brunswick and you can go catching.
Yeah, I say catching more fun than fishing. And, you know, as you know, I do the Striper Cup, and we run that up out of the city of Miramichi, and we get, you know, 1,000 people that come to that event, and they come because they are catching and they are having fun, and it's a fun time, and that's the key. So you can bring your family and everything, and that's the thing about New Brunswick. You don't know which way to go. Like, people go, they go, hey, can we go fishing? I go, absolutely. I said, I'll meet you at 7 o'clock. Where are we going? I don't know yet. I literally wait till I start in the truck and what's the wind, what's the weather.
Yep.
And they go, okay, I think, we can hit Harvey, Macadavy, St. John River. We can hit. So it's incredible. So
I think we're going over to Moose on the water.
Yeah, I think we're going to go live to Moose if we can. Let's go. He's on the water. Got some cell service now.
Oh boy. Oh my goodness. So we got on the water, we chased down Team China, we found the BKK boat with Chucky, we had some reception issues, we were just in a dead zone. Came up and we bump into Adam Howell and Corey Gaffney. Just as we were getting set up, they were taking off. So they're definitely on something. I overheard one of the guys says, I think we're on them. Caught one fish while we were seeing them in the distance and then took off. So yeah, we're going to continue to chase these boys around. But so far, so good. I've been watching in the background. Everything looks fantastic. You guys are doing a fantastic job. Everybody out there who's watching, take a moment, hit the share button. Let's get this out to the masses. Let's share it to some friends and family. This is one event like no other. We're going to take a minute here and find another boat, and I can get you some more fishing action. I know these guys are catching them, so go and have a look.
Hey, thanks, Moose. That's awesome. Like, these receptions are kind of difficult, but we are seeing what we have is the boat marshals are using their phone on a Zoom. So they're standing like this for 2 hours waiting for us. We're gonna have guys coming in like, do you guys have any? Can you get some leave for my shoulders? And we appreciate it. Like, trying to get the content for these things, and I don't think people really realize how difficult this is. And Aurora's doing a great job. But I watched the Bassmaster Elites and the leaderboard and all those things, and man, this is just as good as that.
Absolutely.
I think the personalities at the desk are by far much better than the Bass Elite.
You want to hear a good problem to have? We talked when we were building this, because this is the first time we've ever had a live broadcast for a fishing tournament, of my knowledge, in Canada. I've been competing for 25 years, and I haven't seen it yet. So this is breakthrough, new for us, super exciting. When we built this with Aurora Production, we talked about having the bass track, like what Bassmaster uses,
Yep.
Yeah.
how on the feed, so everybody could see unofficially who's in the lead.
Yeah.
The logistical problem is they're catching way too many fish.
They never keep up.
They couldn't keep up. Like, we couldn't physically get an accurate reading of who's where and what.
No.
So
Yeah, it's and for us, we're lucky because we're seeing all the feeds. So I keep looking to the left. Somebody's got one on. So I think, like you said, they can't keep up. Aurora's like, okay, go Team Mexico, go team. So this is the Wabanaki. Mitchell's on there. Like, that's.
looks like Ron and Pat are going to get set up here to jump over to.
Yeah, I think if they get service and we can get them out there, they're definitely on a boat. So we'll.
I've been watching the Mexicans, and they're bringing it. These guys are dialed in.
We were talking about a couple teams that seem to have it dialed in, Joe, and we're going to see something this afternoon. I mean, we're pushing 11 o'clock. We're 11 o'clock local time. If you're looking at the different feeds, upriver, all the way from Heartland down here to just a few minutes ago, the sun came out here in Nakowick. But from that last feed from Moose, he's downriver, and it's still pretty overcast down there. So the conditions are changing. So it's going to be a totally different ball game for these guys this afternoon.
That sun comes out, man.
We're going to see who can adapt.
Oh, man, that's going to make a big change.
The people up in the spaceship told me that we're going to be going live here to Ron and Pat.
Okay, so Ron and Pat, they're going to go. Pat Roach, like, that guy's not funny, is he?
No.
Over to Ron and Pat. Let's see what they got to say.
We're going to get some waves here, Ryan. Yeah, not yet. It's coming. We're back. Thanks, Jeffrey. We're back on the river. We came a long ways up the river a little bit, right?
Right, that's right.
We just ran into this team, Team Columbia. We're watching them call fish. We're watching them catch fish.
Both of them.
They got a doubleheader. Yeah. I mean, they are on them.
That's right.
Now, they're using a chatterbait, and, you know, I haven't used a lot of chatterbaits for smallmouth in my life.
I don't even know what a chatterbait is, so...
Okay, so a chatterbait's got a lip on it, and they usually put a grub and it's got a skirt, and it wobbles back and forth. It's great for largemouth. Apparently, it's really good for smallmouth now.
Okay, all right. I just learned something new then.
So what they're doing is they're fishing a grass line. We're probably sitting in about 25 feet of water right here, and then just there's an edge. There's a grass line there, and they're casting to the edge, and they're pulling these fish off of there.
Okay, all right.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I think it's very good, yes.
So we've ran into a couple of boats. The weather's stunning.
Yes, it's a little bit nicer today than yesterday. Yesterday was the practice day was a little damp.
Yes, but you got to take off your rain pants.
That's right.
Me too.
Yeah, and I'm feeling good now. I kind of feel like dancing.
Yeah, why not?
We're dancing, right?
You know what? We're in beautiful Fredericton, New Brunswick. The trees are changing. The fish are biting. I mean, what else can you ask for, Pat?
I don't know, man. We'll have some lunch a little bit, maybe. You know.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That's always good.
So I think, you know, from the fish that we've seen, how much do you think they weigh?
I'm thinking they're, you know, somewhere between 1.5 to 2.5 pounders. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're going to need bigger ones.
Yeah, well, there's some good anglers out here, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I you know, it's funny. I found it that 2 or 3 teams that we pulled up are throwing the chatterbait.
Okay. All right. I'm going to have to get some of those and learn how to do it.
Yeah. The best thing is you chuck and wind it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That sounds easy.
So it's very simple.
Okay, I can do that.
But the key is to get on the grass line.
Okay.
You know, you got to be on that edge. And, you know, a lot of the fish, they'll be way off, maybe chasing some bait. I'm not...
And did we lose Ron?
Give it a second.
Okay, yeah, looks like we lost Ron. Yeah, we lost those guys.
Yeah, almost caught us sleeping in these Yeti chairs.
All these Yeti.
Go to bass tournaments, there's always hot seats. The anglers who are in contention sit in the hot seat on the final day. When you come to the weigh-ins on the side of the stage, there's going to be 2 Yeti camp chairs, a Yeti cooler, a bunch of Yeti swag, a Yeti backpack, we've got 2 fishing rods, 2 reels. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's going to be part of this adventure giveaway. You have to be here, or here's the ways you win. Be here at the weigh-in, stop by the Canada Bass booth, the Canada Bass tent. You cannot miss it. There's 40 feet of Canada Bass space out there. Get a ballot filled out, or simply like and share the Canada Bass Facebook page, and do us a solid and share this broadcast too. I mean,
yeah,
we're gonna take all the names. Everybody that liked and shared this is going to get an opportunity to win something from the Yeti Adventure Pack. So thank you, Yeti.
Yeah, that's you know, without those sponsors, this stuff just doesn't happen.
Oh,
you know what I mean? And Yeti's a big sponsor of the Striper Cup as well. They always step up.
And these companies really, if they don't have events, if they don't have people like us to post these events, it's that much harder to get their product out.
Yeah, we've got just so everybody knows, like we're gonna continue this live for a bit, but we will be back. I think is it 2 o'clock? We're doing the next one, 2 o'clock. But then of course on the weigh-in live too.
I'll ask the spaceship.
Okay. So I guess
1
it's
o'clock.
1 o'clock. Yeah. So that's great, folks. One of the things I was thinking about as we're here, we might even be able to keep it going, cycling through all these videos that we're seeing, because we're seeing it. The folks aren't. They get to look at our ugly mugs.
I know you guys at home are probably watching my eyeballs spinning all over the place.
Yeah,
there's a lot going on here. This is super cool.
Yeah, I will admit that this is something for here in New Brunswick. This is phenomenal. Are we going back out?
Yeah, we can go back to Moose. Yeah, so we're gonna. I guess we've got Moose and Ron. I've got not Moose. Pat and Ron. And so I think one of them's got their leg up in the air to get a signal. So I put your leg back down. That's not pretty. Let's go live back out to the boat. See if we got them on.
boy. This is exciting, isn't it? Okay, so tell me where we are. I know we're at the Mactaquac Dam, but where are we?
Mactaquac Dam, pretty much the farthest point we can go down the river right now. It's very deep part of the river, upwards 100 feet in some spots. Banks drop off really harsh, so it's a lot of hard fishing down here, but there's some big boys.
Very cool. We got a fish on over my shoulder here. We got the Dominican Republic team. We got a fish on. Looks to be a good one. We got a fish on. A big one, muchacho. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. So we caught up with the team from Dominican Republic. They currently have 2 good fish in the well and 3 little ones, is what they're telling us. Now, there is a little bit of a language barrier, but of course Google Translate comes in handy in these situations. But I'm here with 2 local hammers. Boys, introduce yourselves.
I'm Easton Whalen, and
I'm Wilmar.
we do the NB Bass Tour, do some NBSFA. We definitely enjoy these waters.
So we've seen 5 or 6 boats now. Are they in the right zones?
Man, I don't know. I don't fish downriver much. I tend to go right up to the bridge, but I mean, Will knows more about it down here.
My eyes downriver, a lot of these boys are fishing them pretty well.
Yeah.
Pretty spot on. They seem like they've been here a few times.
Yeah.
They know they're doing.
Yeah, we got another one.
Doubled up.
Oh, that is doubled up. That was quite the hook set. That was like a double hook set. Let's go, baby, let's go!
Little one. Oh, he's here.
They got each other. They got each other. This is what it's all about, folks. Just having a good time on the water. So he's setting hook on one side, he's setting hook on the other. Oh man, honestly, I'm sure you guys are having a good time back at the studio where we're watching live over here. We're chasing boats up and down the river. So like we said, we're all the way at the end right now. We bumped into 2 more boats. We're going to try to bring you as much more as we can. I think I might keep these 2 boys with me today, actually. I'm not going to leave them on a boat because since you know the river so well and I don't want to lose my lower unit, you guys are going to stay with me. Yep. And we also have a lovely lady in the boat. I'm going to bring her on next time.
Wow, thank you so much, Moose. Are we going back over to Ron?
Everyone can see us like
Is this the first time you've done live TV?
like this. Yes.
Me too.
Yeah, and it's, I like
I'm
it.
getting so many mixed signal from you guys.
Don't swear.
No, I don't anyway.
Oh, I knew that. Yeah, I knew that. Me neither.
Yeah.
No, you can't do that.
I do play some characters on different things,
Yes.
and where some of the cussing comes up, but
Does it rub off?
yeah, it actually relieves a bit of stress if you're yelling and these things, but just in general right now, like I don't feel the urge. I'm pretty happy. I'm pumped, to be out here.
Yeah.
It's so calm and peaceful right now. It's unbelievable.
In the typical fall, this is great weather, isn't it?
Oh, it is. And when we pull up next to these boats and they're catching the bass, and you can, they must have a few bigger ones in the well because you can hear them throwing them back. It's like clunk. You hear that great big. Oh yeah, that's a good
So that's
sound.
what they call culling, right? So you can catch your 5, right? Throw them in the live well.
Okay.
And then you can take your smallest one if you catch a bigger one and throw it back.
Oh, okay.
And throw that one. So you can do that all day long.
Right.
But you can't have more than 5 in the live well at one time.
Right.
So you can't, like, if you're on a school and you go you keep catching them, you can't just throw them all in the live well and then call them up. You have to do it before your next cast.
Okay.
So, it's kind of a strategy.
A process. And you probably got to be pretty quick with the scales. Yeah, I mean, the more time you're casting, the more you catch. So you got to weigh it fast and
100%.
But accurate.
So the key into this tournament, Pat, is I found that the fish seem to be all the same size.
Okay.
So you need a balance beam.
Okay.
And a balance beam is a piece of metal. It's got like basically 2 shower curtain hooks on each side and one in the center, so it's balanced. So you throw one fish on one side and one fish on the other, and whatever one's heavier is obviously going to pull it down, right?
Oh, okay.
So then you throw that little one out, so
Right.
you know it. And then this is a game of ounces, I think.
Okay, it comes right down to the fine. Yeah.
I really believe that this tournament, from all the nations, is going to come down to ounces.
Right.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. And here we are in Canada, and we're using ounces.
Yes.
Right? Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
You know? And I know. It's a funny thing because I measure in inches too.
Yeah.
It's like,
So do I.
I caught
Gallons
a
of gas.
6-inch, 6 and 8 inches. That's the big ones for me. But but it's all good, right? It's,
I gotcha.
You know. I'm coming with you though, to fish to make sure we get some bigger ones.
Oh, yeah. Well, I hope so. If you we come to the Mirror Machine like we were talking earlier, you're going to catch a big one.
Okay, good.
Now, it's not going to be a smallmouth what these guys are catching. But
Right.
It'll be a striped bass, and they're fun too.
That's a different species. That's great.
Yes, it is.
And I have caught just one, but like 15-inch is to be the biggest striped bass I've caught. But I'm going to keep trying.
Back home?
Yeah, back home, yes. The Shubenacadie River goes into Grand Lake, and this time of year, like when it gets colder, that's when
They come in.
Yeah? And they're beautiful. What a beautiful fish.
They ever, eh?
Definitely.
Have you ever tasted one?
I have not, and I hear they're delicious. So
amazing.
And if we ever catch them, then maybe we could cook them up.
Oh, definitely. Well, you're going to have to do that.
Yeah, we could do that.
You're the cook.
I've got a lot of friends that want to see that type of stuff.
Yeah? Okay. Can I get some of your friends? Because I need a lot of
Maybe,
friends.
I think they like you, Ron.
I don't know. I know they really like you.
Well, that's nice.
And I like you too. I know you as Pat.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
And I see everybody. About a cheeseburger. I didn't know what that meant because
Right.
sorry, but I don't watch television, so I never knew the Trailer Park Boys. But until I looked it up, and my son, it's crazy.
Right.
Like when I told him I was hanging out with you for the week, he's like, "What? No way!" You know what I mean?
Well, that's good.
And
Make 'em
everybody
jealous.
seems to love you.
Well, I'm a lovable guy.
You are. Ever since I met you, you are a lovable guy.
Well, but you just have to be nice, and
Yes.
and how can you not be in a good mood when you're out here doing this?
Right. Exactly.
The only thing better would be if we were allowed to fish.
Yeah.
But that's hard. But that's okay.
I'm gonna ask you. Does it bother you when people come to you all the time and ask you for your autograph?
No. It's because that means that you're still liked, and well, you're still relevant. I mean, we have a lot of fans of the good old show, Trailer Park Boys.
Yes, you do.
And everyone wants more and more and more. So the new movie, people are going to be happy and laugh with. And so I'm flattered.
Some people are intimidated, and I don't want them. That's why I asked you the question, because I don't want them to be intimidated to come up to you. Because they'll stand back, and I've seen it before. People stand back and they get a little intimidated, and they feel a little nervous coming up, to people that have been on television or whatever. I just wanted to ask you that because everybody's the same way that's on TV. They want the fans, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I do anyway. I love fans and I love the people, and I think people can come out today later for the weigh-ins, right? Or
Yes.
and check it all out. So come on down. The more the merrier.
Come and see Pat. Weigh-in is 3:30 and 4 o'clock.
Right.
See these beautiful fish right here in Nakawick.
That's at the Big Axe Marina.
Big Axe Marina in Nakawick. You got to see it. The setup there is unreal. They got prizes. You can win Yeti seats.
Oh yeah, I know. Are we allowed to try that?
I don't think so.
That would go with my little cozy mug.
I know. And what they call this, the Yeti hot seat, is the team that's got the most weight sits in that chair.
Lucky.
So if you get bumped out of that chair, that's not a good thing.
Those chairs are nice. If you haven't sat in one, and I even tried to rig it up, like collapse it and all that. They're a sturdy one.
Are they?
Yeah.
I never seen them yet. But.
I mean, I know that you told me.
No, I don't know if I can. They'll break on me.
No, they'll hold you.
Really?
They're strong. Yes, I got you.
Well, maybe you and I'll steal one. You steal one. We'll run.
Well, we'll just borrow.
Oh, is that what you call it when you take it home?
For a while.
Yeah, borrow for a while.
I might borrow one of these bass boats too.
I think we should go find another one.
Yeah, I've got a trailer hitch.
Okay.
I do.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, we can do that maybe.
So, we'll go to the next one.
Is there anyone here you don't like?
No, I like everybody here. Yeah. No, I do. I like everybody here. Everybody's so wonderful. East Coast is amazing people, right?
I know, but I'm even saying these other nations. They're really nice.
Yes,
Everyone's
they are.
just nice. It's because you fish, right?
You're right. It brings everybody together.
Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing how 10 national nations.
Yeah, they've come together. Yeah, and they come here just for pride.
Yeah.
Right? So,
Well, let's get under power, go back up, see if we can find some more fish,
Right.
or guys with fish.
Okay.
And we'll talk to them and see how they're doing.
Sounds good to me, Ron.
See if we go back to the studio.
All right.
Jeff, back to you.
I just saw the feed, and there's a lot of people watching this at home right now.
Oh,
This
it's
is super
great.
cool.
You know,
so if
it's
you just tuned in, guys, make sure you like the Canada Bass page, share this feed. Your name will get put into a ballot to win something from the Yeti Adventure Pack. We've got these beautiful chairs.
Oh man,
I'm gonna sit here all day. We
yeah,
got these.
I
these-
got to.
these
Like that's good.
20-ounce Yeti tumblers.
These are good.
Once in a lifetime Canada Bass Black Bass Championships. Brought to you by Dorian Outfitters.
Yeah.
Mark Dorian did all the engravings on these for us.
It's crazy.
So-
You know what? And when I was in his shop, like he was just like blowing his mind. He's a great supporter of fishing, and that's a great thing for us. But you know, the comments, like we're getting comments, they're coming from everywhere, like all over the
All over
world.
the world,
All over the
exactly.
world. You see
Love
the
it.
flags. It's awesome, and they're all over the
Goosebumps.
world, coming to focus on New Brunswick and Nakiwik and Fredericton and the St. John River and the fishing, sport fishing Canada, and oh my gosh, it's so great.
I think one of the special things about that last segment when we bounced over to Moose, those two young men that were with them, those are the future of this sport. Those are young men that are out here. They're in their teens. They are both skilled anglers.
Yeah.
You know,
They could be the next Jeff Guffiston or Coop Gallant. I mean,
exactly. And it's just for those young men to be able to have this event in their backyard, the inspiration that's going to be for them, that's a lifelong memory that's going to stick with them, and it's going to drive them
sure.
for themselves, but also to get more people into this sport.
I talked to young Will Maher, and he just was in a kind of a nasty ATV accident like a week and a half or 2 weeks ago. And he's here, he's limping around. His dad is out that takes him to all the tournaments and everything. Corey Maher is out with one of the teams, and they asked me like, "What can Will do?" I go, "Don't worry, just bring him." And the same thing with the other young lad,
Easton Whalen.
He said, okay if he could be around. You just send him here. We're going to put him on something, get him to do. And that, we have that opportunity, and it's awesome to see the kids, like we talked about that Destination Nakiwik opportunity with the kids thing. But
Yeah.
There's a bait, guys. I got a shout out to my new friend from the area, Alex, wherever he is. He's around here somewhere. He's got a display set up right beside the Canada Bass tent. I think
Big
he's
River
actually
Baits, I
in
think
the
it is.
Net River Baits.
Big River
Big
Baits.
River Baits. Big River Baits. So the secret's out on this bait. Japanese anglers brought it to America.
Dice?
The dice. And he makes one of the best looking dice. I gave this. The guys from Canada probably hate me talking about this. But
I hate
Alex
you talking.
won't.
he's
Alex
got
won't.
all his dices here. He's got all the other baits that he makes, and they're incredible baits. And he's, one of our local supporters, and he gave the guys some baits. And I know I saw some of the Americans picking up his baits at the opening ceremonies in some other countries. So everybody's on the same page. They're on to that deal, but that dice deal, you never would think a smallmouth would eat something like that.
Oh, man.
I can't even describe what it looks like. It's a
looks
little
like a fuzzy
cube
dice.
of plastic
It looks
with hair sticking out of it. It's
Oh,
the
it's
weirdest
crazy.
looking thing.
It's crazy.
And I mean, for Alex, I mean, it's a small local business, like you said, local supporter. And I mean, I was standing literally with Scott Martin and Jacob Wheeler the other night, and they had his baits in their hands.
Wow.
So for Alex, and I have a feeling we're going to have a pack of those hit the stage here in just a second, so Joe can actually show people
Here
what
he
they look
comes.
like.
Here he comes.
Alex is right
Come
here
here,
with
Alex.
us today.
Oh my
Come here,
gosh.
Alex. Get on the camera, buddy.
Photobomb that thing,
There
Alex.
he is.
There
I don't know
you go,
about
my
this St. Louis
friend.
Blues deal.
Yeah.
We're going to show off your baits for a minute.
Yeah, there you go.
Alex makes these. I'm telling you, they're incredible. You can drop shot them. You can net them. You can do whatever you want to do with them. It's the funniest looking thing I've ever seen. And I'm a Great Lakes smallmouth guy, and they are the real deal. Like
All the guys, they call it the juice.
Alex, thank you so much, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Thank
Good
you
luck.
so much.
That's
The juice.
the juice.
If you're in the area here in Nakiwik, Alex is set up. So come down. I'm sure if he doesn't have the color you want, I'd be willing to bet Alex will make it for you.
So we're gonna go off to about 4 or 5 little interviews from this morning as they were waiting in boats, about 5 minutes long. As soon as we get done that, we're gonna bring Mike Punchek, the other tournament director, in. Don, Thank you so much, you guys.
Thank
You
you.
guys are doing an incredible job.
Love it, guys.
I mean,
And
you got me lost for words, buddy. Your
yeah.
whole team.
Oh,
Like,
man.
You guys are witchcraft, bro. What you guys did with the parking facility, I'm telling you.
Before I go, I do want to say a shout out to all of our volunteers. Phenomenal group of people. Most of them I've known for many, many years.
Yeah.
Good friends, people who I've worked events with before. And without their work, you guys brought Mike and I on as the TDs.
We had
They're
Tina running last-minute errands all
Absolutely.
over the place.
They're the people that make us look good. At the end of the day, without them, none of this happens. So shout out to all the volunteers. Good luck to all the anglers on the water, and thanks for having me on, guys.
Oh, yeah, no
Thanks,
problem,
Donald.
Don. Thanks for coming. So we're going to try and get off to these interviews. When
Donald is going to be on stage. He's going to be the on-stage tournament director with Jeff Wilson, and Jason Forrester's here to weigh in the fish. He's got the state-of-the-art weigh-in system.
Oh, yeah, man.
The
Advotech is, we go through these scales so fast. At the Striper Cup, we put 237 teams through in 51 minutes.
And it's amazing. We've staggered the heats, so all of the competitors have gone off in Flight A and Flight B, and they're staggered by a half an hour. So when we do the live broadcast on the weigh-ins, you guys are going to get a lot of time to see the anglers talk about what they're doing and talk about their sponsors and what it means to them.
Maybe a note too, because we have had a fog delay, so the actual weigh-in now is 3:30 first flight and 4 o'clock the second flight. So you're going to see world-class anglers bringing what they've brought to the table. As I say to the boys, that weigh-in never lies, baby. You can tell a fish story out on the water and this and that, but man, when they hit the scale, man, it's a big deal.
I think we need to do a Yeti replay of the day.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, that would be.
Maybe.
Well,
I'll ask the spaceship.
Yeah, spaceship replay of the day. I'm going to ask the spaceship. Are we ready to rock and roll on those interviews? So we're gonna go to the interviews that happened this morning. We get to take about a 2.5 minute break, which is about all I need to find a new thesaurus. But we're good. Let's roll the interviews from this morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ron James. Welcome to the Pan Am American Black Bass Championship. Today is the first day of competition. We are excited. The guys were out yesterday pre-fishing. They had a good time. Got a little bit of drizzle going on, but the weather's going to change. It's going to be great. We're going to get some interviews with these guys, see how they're doing. We got 10 nations here. It's going to be exciting. Stick around to see who wins the gold. Okay, we just stopped one of the First Nation teams. Jesse, how was the pre-fish out there yesterday?
The pre-fish was tough. The weather was a big factor with the rain and the wind and stuff like that. But with a tournament like this, it ain't going to slow you down. You got to have to go out and have a good time, right?
Absolutely. You have no choice, right? How did you guys, did you strategize last night? Everybody got out for one day of practice yesterday. The weather, again, like you said, it was raining most of the day. It looks like it's going to clear out. It's going to change. Is that going to, with you guys, did you have a team meeting yesterday?
We did. We did have some strategy to go into today, that which is kind of foolproof, really. Like you got to throw the kitchen sink at them to start the day to see what the colors is going to be and the depths of the water, because, like I said, the water changes the temperature. So we'll just hopefully the first hour we'll get it figured out and go from there.
So did you mostly find your fish shallow or deep?
So you trying to get all the secrets from me? There's really is a combination of both, to be honest with you. Yesterday was deep. Like, we found a few smaller ones in the shallow and a few decent ones in the deep, but it's a little mixture of both.
Well, there you go. First Nations, I would love to see you win the gold. That would be a very first, and you know what? We're rooting for you. Local team right here. Good luck, Jesse. Okay, we just hooked up with Team Puerto Rico, Hector and Julio. Listen, how was I just got to ask you a question, and you have to tell me the truth. How was your pre-fish?
Pre-fish was good. We caught around 27, 30 fish. The main problem was size. Okay. We caught a lot of fish, but we caught a lot of fish that they measure, but they're not the size that we're looking for.
So did you fish deep? Did you fish shallow?
We fish kind of mid-range. We stay between 8 feet to 12 feet.
Weeds?
We fish weeds, rocks, stumps, laydowns, everything.
So you're not giving me any information whatsoever?
Well, we did, because we were lost.
That was our only practice day, so. Yeah.
So the team, you got together last night to have a meeting, right?
Yes.
And everybody's going the same way, or they're going different ways?
Different ways. We got the team basically split in half.
Okay. All right. Team Puerto Rico, you need to, you're going to win one of these one year, right? Yes. Maybe this year?
Maybe this year. It'll be a surprise for everybody.
There you go, guys. Good luck. Be safe out there. Enjoy this beautiful New Brunswick weather. Yeah. Take care, guys. Have a great trip. There you go. Team Puerto Rico ready to go. Okay, guys, we just hooked up with Team Canada. A couple of hammers here. Gussie and Coop. How was the pre-fish, boys?
It was all right. I mean, it's hard. You probably heard it from a bunch of us. It's hard to get like a big bite, like a 3+ pounder. But I'm sure there's lots out there. You just got to find them. And we're just going fishing, man. Honestly, like practice is like hit and miss. Some here, some there. We're just going to fish in a bunch of new water and just go fish and have fun.
So the weather, right? Big factor for smallmouth. I mean, you guys like the sun with smallmouth, right? So what do you think, Gussie? The weather's going to play a big factor?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for Coop and I, what we do, we're going fishing every day, no matter what. And honestly, hardly even look at the weather. We're going to go make decisions today based on it. But obviously, we like to see the sun. We're fishing shallow, a lot of shallow water, so the sun just lets you see what you're casting at a little bit better. And but place is an awesome fishery. Like we're going to catch a pile of fish today, and but we need to get a few of those bigger ones to kind of get over that hump a little bit, but
so
exciting.
Yeah, so the team, did you guys have a meeting? Like, what's the game plan? Like, did you work as a team? Is anybody really on them? And how far are you running?
Yeah, there's we had a meeting last night. We've had a couple during the week. So that's been a little different. We've all been working together and sharing notes. So that's helped us a little bit. We just had a couple days to look around out here. But some of these guys have they're helping us, pointing us in the right direction. Yeah. 4 guys are going north, 4 teams are going south. Oh, wow. So it's kind of a good, good split up. And at the end of the day today, the top 4 teams are going to, count towards the total to try and win this thing. So we're going to try and do our part, and we want to bring that keep that gold medal in Canada.
So I got to ask you, even before we start, are you fishing deep, or you said you were fishing shallow? What kind of baits are you going to throw?
Yeah, we're going to do a little bit of everything. Like I said, we're just going fishing. We're going to see how the day goes, but we're going to start fishing shallow, some top waters, swim jigging, fluking, a little bit of that stuff. We might end up fishing in 20 feet at some point today. We really don't know. We're going
to keep it all honest, for sure.
He ain't giving up nothing anyway. Team Canada right there, Gussie and Coop, 2 guys. There you go. 1 Bassmaster Classic winner and a champ right here in the Coop. These guys, the Elite Series, one of the best in the world right here. You got to watch. Stick around, guys. See who wins the gold.
Man, those are some good interviews right there. See that fancy boat Coop and Gus got? That's a beautiful boat. That's a Lund Patterson Marine.
I've been a Ranger guy for a long time, but if I was back in an aluminum boat, I'd be driving a Lund. Lund actually approached me about getting into a Lund, but I've got such a great relationship with Ranger boats for a long time, and
Gus runs the same boat as me, so puts them in the thing there. We're trying to look after them. They had a great practice, and just great guys, right?
Yeah.
We've got some guys online here. They're getting some fish in Turtle Islands on there now. You can see those. That's the First Nations from up in Ontario, eh? You know those guys pretty good, don't you, Joe?
This is Matt McIntyre's fishing right now. So he won the Classic last year in Canada. Oh, I'm getting fixed up. We're going to go through this a lot. It's going to be a day, bud. So Matt McIntyre right now is fishing with Mike Quinnell. And Mike Quinnell's been a 30-year tournament veteran in Canada. The guy's won Classics and championships back in the Chevy Mariner day. Matt McIntyre won a Classic, I think it was last year or the year before. These guys can catch them. Matt came to Texas with his cousin, who is the captain of Turtle Island, Mike Williams, also known as the Wanger. Great guy, awesome ambassadors for the sport. They came to Texas and fished largemouth with me, and we were throwing great big glide baits on a gizzard shad spawn on Lake Fork. And we caught a 42.5-pound bag for 5 fish in like 10 minutes.
Oh, my gosh.
It was unbelievable.
That's incredible.
These guys can bring it. You got to watch the Turtle Island boys. Matt knows how to fish. They're dialed in. They brought their own boats up. They're going to be a threat.
Well, and that's it. I met some of the guys yesterday. I think one of them lost a rain suit. So luckily I had because it rained pretty good in practice, so I had an extra one. I loaned them. They ended up finding the rain suit 2 or 3 lights down the street from down in the Delta. So it was good, and we see these guys catching. We already had one fish brought into the scales a few minutes ago. The scales, so just so folks know, if you got a distressed fish and you want to weigh it in, just bring it in and we get it weighed in. They have to weigh in 5 fish per day. So if they bring that distressed fish in, that counts. That's done. They got 4 more left to go. The idea, of course, is we want all these fish to be returned back to the water as healthy as possible, as we talked about Acadia University here and that sort of thing. And, that's the key. So the anglers, so folks at home know, if you weigh in a dead fish, it's a half a pound penalty. And you are not eligible for the lunker prize if the fish is dead. So if you get a big one, biggest one of the tournament, and it passes away, you're not eligible for anything on that awards on that.
There's a lot of strategy involved, because if you've got your bag and you've got a distressed fish, you need to make a game time decision, because it could be a 2.5 pounder in your bag, and you're going to get penalized if you bring in that fish, and worst case scenario happens. So in a lot of situations, an angler might make a tough decision to release that fish.
Yeah.
The good problem that these guys have is there's 37 billion smallmouth in this river. So they can probably catch another one pretty easy.
So these guys at Turtle Island, they're fishing just outside of the marina in Woodstock, and we call that Campground Alley. So this weed line that they're fishing is both sides of that deep water. So in the fall, generally, the bass will move back typically to this area and a little bit farther down to winter. Of course, I've been fishing these for a long time and chasing them. And so that's what they're doing. They've decided, apparently, with their pre-fishing, that's the juice right there, right?
So back home, you deal with river system lakes. The Trent Severn feeds the St. Lawrence River, and it's one big constant flow of water through the Great Lakes. So where these guys live, you're dealing with giant smallmouth, big largemouth, rockweed transitions. So they're very, very comfortable right now with what they're fishing and what they're doing. And I noticed Maddie's throwing a jig. You see how hard he's popping it off the bottom. He's trying to trigger a reaction bite out of these fish, and it's a crayfish deal. These fish are on the bottom right now.
You're like a snap jig on a tube or something like this.
And they're just trying to make it. You'll see them in the Great Lakes where the water's super clear. You'll see crawfish moving along the bottom faster than you ever could imagine a crawfish could swim across the bottom.
If you're going to get eaten when you slow down, I'm going to run fast.
So swimming a jig or hopping it off the bottom is a great way to trigger a bite. And these smallmouth right now are very reactionary. Like, they're keying in on things they want to eat because they know the pressure's changing. They know the water temperature's dropping. They know that winter's coming. Biologically, these fish need to eat.
Yeah.
So you swim that jig past them in the right presentation. And I found deep water this time of year for these guys is key. If there's deep water access adjacent to these weed lines, you're setting up for a great storm. They're gonna catch them.
As you were mentioning that snap jig thing, we talk about that in the fall, but the when I'm up in Perth, Andover, and we got to see, there's a ton of crayfish, and those crayfish have been migrating or just moving their way down river over the last 5 or 10 years, or maybe more possibly. But we just more recently have seen a lot of crayfish in the Mactaquac Head Pond. But up in Perth, Andover, I've looked down in water and it looks like the bottom is moving, and there's so many of them as they're migrating. And I'm there. I'm poking one. And you poke him, and he's green pumpkin color. You poke him, and he takes off, and he's mustard. And so what these guys do is they try and match that. So when you're snap jigging like a tube, I'll go to a mustard tube because when they're moving, they look like mustard. But if I'm gonna drag it on the bottom or drag a tube, then I'm going pumpkin and trying to match what they look like. And people don't realize. So you see these pros, and they got 5 or 10 or 20 rods or 30 rods or whatever. And what we're trying to do is save the time. I want that mustard jib. I want that pumpkin jib. I'm going to do that. I've got the Ned rig, I've got the drop shot, I've got the top water, I've got the flutter spoon. All these things, these 20 rods, trying to explain to my wife that they're really important.
Oh, they're tools. You
Yeah.
know. The electrician doesn't show up to the house with one Phillips screwdriver.
No.
They're tools of the trade, and these guys are masters at being able to fish the moment, fish what's in front of them. He could scope a log right now that's blown up beside that weed with a fish on it and pick up a drop shot and get it to that fish.
You know, when we talk about scoping, and I've been very fortunate to been with Garmin for a number of years, and right when the Panoptix first came out, and what a mental change that was for me to be able to see how many fish I didn't know were there.
It makes you wonder about how much dead water you fished over the years.
Yeah, it's true, because I mean, it's hard to get out of my chair now if I don't see fish.
Yep.
Like it's target fishing, but what you do, what I find really fascinating is I'm watching what the fish are doing and how they're reacting to what I'm doing to them, and they tell you, as you know, they tell you what they want.
Yeah.
And sometimes, I was watching Coop and Gus on it, right, and those guys, like, they're going, that's a pound and a half, that's a 2 pound. Nope, not even casting to that.
Surgical.
No, it is. And I got a bad shoulder now, so I only got about, I don't know how many more casts I got in this right shoulder, but
You know, in my limited experience on this river system, you're playing with really two patterns. You're either going to go and target specific big fish, or you're going to sort through lots of just good quality fish to get those 5 bites. So you could be a boat that stays away from those heavily populated areas because you know there's key little areas that will hold that bigger quality fish. And I've found, you know, in the bigger parts of the river that don't see as much current, they almost fish a little bit like a lake.
Yeah.
And the quality of this fish get bigger, but you don't have the numbers that you do in certain areas of the river.
Well, I think, yeah, for sure. And we always say this, a lot of those fish are kind of solo fish, those big ones. When we were out having our thing there, we spotted one. When I was with Coop and Gus, it was very rare to see a big fish with others. They would seem to be by themselves. Yep. And I don't know if they ate all their friends or not, but they, because big fish eat little fish. And,
absolutely.
And so, it's all good. But, I'm looking at some of the waters. Team Columbia, this upriver. I'm looking at the water levels. I think the water might be coming up a little bit. And,
100%
And so what happens here in the province, so we have the Mactaquac Head Pond. So the Mactaquac Dam is the biggest cash cow for the MB Power. And so, man, when they need power, they got to pull it out of the water because it's free. And we don't want to have to buy it from Quebec or whatever. So, we generally won't see that current generally pick up if they're pulling power, which is, when everybody wakes up and turns the toaster on, turns that on, that's the demand that they have. And then it does take some time for that gates to open and then for it to affect up in the Heartland. And then they also have the control from Beechwood that allows the flow coming down. Right. So we've fished up above Heartland before, and I've seen Rick Green was up there one time, and he got caught on the ground, and he literally within 5 minutes there was 20 feet of sand all around. He's stuck. So unfortunately, he had to call Bill Barrett, one of our friends. He called Beechwood and said, "Listen, we got a guy stuck in a bar." They said, "Okay, tell him 45 minutes." They opened the dam. No. Sent the flow down, and in 40 minutes later, the water came up where Rick was, and he was able to get off the bar and go back home. And I'm like, only in New Brunswick can you call the local dam to rescue your friend.
Wow.
Like we had like emergency services ready to go get him, and so we got the dam, and it worked out. But that's how quick things can change. You can get yourself into some trouble, but it's always good.
I was up by the Heartland Bridge. And they opened it, and I'm telling you, we could not hold the boat.
Yeah, I know.
But there was a few-minute window when that water started coming in. It seemed like every fish in the area started to bite. It was one after another for 5 minutes, just pandemonium. We couldn't shake them off fast enough, but once the water really picked up, it was 6-7 mile an hour current.
Yeah, it gets crazy.
Hold in it.
Well, and those fish start to tighten up to the structure. Yep. You get to target fish a little bit better.
That's right.
And it increases the competition between the fish for the food. So when there's high competition, they got to get it first. And guess the biggest ones always eat first. They get to say, if you don't get out of my way, I'm going to eat you, and then I'm going to eat what you were eating.
I love it how instinctively the smallmouth bass will, like largemouth bass historically are very, very lazy. They'll always stay in those areas that don't have a lot of current, but the smallmouth bass, they'll run the river. They own the river. But as soon as that current is so heavy, they will pull into those high percentage areas, those breaks and those eddies and behind a boulder where they're not as affected by the current. So you can start to sight fish for them, and you can start to really pinpoint where they're going to be.
Yeah, that's the thing about fishing. You fish to your skill, what you like to do, what methods you are. And here in the St. John River, you pretty much get the choice. If you like to fish deep, you go deep. You want to fish shallow, you want to fish jigs, you want to fish flukes, you want to fish neds. You decide what you want to do, and then you can, this one thing they say, well, what bait do you use? And I use a lot of different baits, and, you just got to cycle through and figure out, but you get to have a style. So
I think we're ready to go to Moose.
Well, let's see if we can get this guy on, because
the spaceship was talking to us again.
Yeah, I know. That's awesome. I always thought that little voice in my head was something else. Okay, Moose, take it away.
Jordan, we just met up with the Campbell brothers from Turtle Island. They were just telling us that they've got 3 fish in the boat. Sorry, 5 fish in the boat, 3 small ones and 2 good ones. Jordan, do you do a lot of fishing out this way?
Yes and no, here and there. I mainly go further up, but yeah, sometimes.
From what you're seeing, are these boys doing the right thing?
Oh yeah, they know what they're doing. They got good fish in the boat already, and it's only going to get better.
So we've been with them now for about 5 or 10 minutes. They're telling me that it is a slow bite, but they do have 5 fish. So we're going to hopefully stick with them for a little bit. From what I'm seeing on the live scope, it's a very interesting body of water where you got these incredible drop-offs and giant shoals, or it's really, really neat body of water. But like, we're sitting here in 11 feet, and back over there we were in like 63 feet. Goes up and down. So these boys are just picking through all this stuff and trying to find some giants. But it's not easy. It's not easy at all.
But they're here.
They are here. They are here. You know what, guys? I got lucky today, and I had the 3 kids that I was supposed to take to boats. We haven't found very many boats, but they've been teaching me about the river system. They've been teaching me about the depths and where to go and what to do. And to be honest with you, everything looks incredible. I need to be fishing. I need to be on this water fishing right now, but we're going to go back to you. We're going to try to find some more boats. We're going to get these guys in a couple boats. Hopefully, we can find more of these guys.
Thanks, Moose.
Yeah, thank you, Moose.
That's awesome. The kids out there, right? Like, that's,
future, bud.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome.
My little guys are running around with their Canada Bass jerseys on. I'm hoping we can get them up here for 5 or 10 minutes to see the camera and
it'll be good. So
talk about what it means to them.
So that where Moose was there with Turtle Island, so that's just above the dam, the Mackrack Dam. There's some deep spots there. When these alewives move downriver, that's where they're headed.
Yeah.
And so those guys, those bluff walls and stuff, that they'll hold bait fish there, and they'll be you'll see them on your live scope, big cloud of bait fish. And what we're looking for is that little, right underneath that bait fish is Mr. Smallmouth waiting to have a bite. And that's what we're looking for, right?
He follows.
Yeah.
They'll follow. Yeah, it's a very unique setup. We're dealing with kind of a transitionary period of time right now. They're not full swing fall, but they're starting to push into the cover. It's the same back home. There's a point in time in the fall where it's almost like the dinner bell's rung. And, November, you'll go up into a foot of water and catch big largemouth and big smallmouth pushing bait against the bank.
Yeah.
And it's just an exciting time of year to fish. And
well, we saw this yesterday right here in the marina. Like, they were pushing some bait fish, and we talked about that. Like, every day this week, I think you're going to see more and more of that going on, right? And we see these alewives. Sometimes they'll go by the house and the shore, and it might take 20 minutes for that school to go by, and it's just a solid line of black minnows going by.
Yep.
And I sometimes wonder, like, what's a smallmouth doing eating a rapala? Or eating a freaking square bill from Berkeley. Like, what are you doing? Like, you got all this food.
And the dice.
Yeah, whatever.
Ray Heredia, I think I pronounce his name. He's the president of the Puerto Rico Sport Fishing Federation. So he's he's got his boat. He's also on the team. He had some battery issues this morning, so he fished on his trolling motor outside of the marina while a backup battery was being charged, and he had his limit right in front of the park here at the Big Axe Marina within 15 minutes. Like, spectacular stuff. You don't have to travel far on this river. You can come walk the shoreline, bring your kids down. Mayor Tim Fox was telling me at their kids event at the Destination Nakwik, a young angler was about an hour early before the actual kids shore event started, and Tim said, "Are you sure you want to go out and like catch the fish now?" And he goes, "Yeah, I just want to practice a little bit." And he throws his worm out there and he catches a 4-pounder. I saw the pictures of it, and he couldn't weigh it in the kids' derby because it didn't start yet. But it's you walk a shoreline. I see people when I'm up around the Heartland area. I see people on shore fishing. There's the same gentleman that's been fishing at the side of the culvert. Anywhere there's access to this river, you're pretty much going to catch fish, and that's unheard of anywhere.
Well, as long as we continue to practice hook and release, and we don't. You know, I mean, a 3.5-pound smallmouth here is about 15 years old. And the growth rate is a lot slower here because of both the forage and the temperature. And so that, you know, we educate folks, we put all this on, like we have the decontamination team here from DNR and DFO. So we're educating people about Asian milfoil, right? Educating them about zebra mussels, trying to clean the boats. Every boat that came from Ontario, every boat that came from the U.S.
That was a cool setup.
Yeah, we did the decontamination. We don't want them to bring anything in but their money, and then we don't want them to take anything home, including their money. So it's about that. So we did that. So great service. The young Cusack girl, actually my friend's daughter, was running that thing. And so it's been awesome to get all that done. And as we get the education out there, we protect our resource. And this is a truly renewable resource.
We've got one of the most beautiful resources here. I mean, from upstate New York to Maine, Ontario, Quebec, you're within 10 hours to get here to have this type of fishery. If you're a bass fisherman, you've got world-class striper fishing. Just up the road in the Miramichi, you've got the St. John's River system, all the adjacent bodies of water. It doesn't matter where you go, you're going to catch fish. And I think the advantage to the fishermen here, and you know, I gotta pump tourism in Fredericton and Destination Nakwik and New Brunswick, because that's the reason why we're here, is we want to show an amazing economic impact for the community. These communities that don't have as much infrastructure and industry really rely on sport fishing and hunting as a huge export for tourism. So to learn about a place like this and have a place to bring your family, there's RV parks all the way up the river. There's an RV park with a water park up the river, like a full-blown water park in a campground.
Yeah.
And then I found out there's another one, and they put big bouncies out on the water for kids to swim.
Down the Woolastook.
It's a huge deal. So you drive this river, and aside from being one of the most beautiful places I've ever been to, the people are so remarkably friendly. This is a place to bring your family. Like next year, I'm going to bring the whole family down here, my 35-foot travel trailer. I'm going to park my trailer in Tim Fox's driveway. I'm going to plug it into his garage. But this is just a hidden gem in Canada that borders America, and it's very easy to get to. There's international airports, and I can't say enough about the hospitality here.
You know, the one thing we should talk about, you know, I try and explain to people that you know, I'm trying to get people to join us in some of these events and how fun they are and everything, because they are crazy. And I hear a lot, well, I don't have that big bass boat, I don't have all that stuff. And, you know, we were talking about that, and I'm like, you don't need all that.
No.
You know, I used to run big bass boats and everything. I'm in a comfortable Lund. I love it. We have anglers that have won Team of the Year that, you know, that don't have big boats. And so it's kind of an intimidation factor. But I try to tell people, look, that boat doesn't catch much.
When we were building this event, there was whisper, and there was a lot of anglers that reached out and said, you know, I kind of want to help out, maybe the marshalling thing, but I don't think my boat's good enough, and I don't think, you know, I'm prepared. And I think a lot of the guys are really starstruck, knowing that the Jacob Wheelers and the Jeff Gustafsons and the Coopers are going to be here, and the Scott Martins. And it is pretty overwhelming. It's very cool that these guys are here to celebrate the sport of professional fishing and build this with us and be a part of this community. But to travel and do what these guys are doing, you just need a boat and a motor and some fishing rods. And a place like this, I'll go back to, it is a good problem to have, because you're going to catch them no matter what you do, whether you're floating a worm and a bobber or you're throwing a little crankbait down the bank or whatever you're doing, you are going to catch fish here. That's
you're going to have fun.
Yeah, you're not going to go to a place and not catch a fish. Like it's a reality. This place has a lot of them.
Get them out there in the water. Get them off that phone.
Yeah, get them off the phone.
Get them off the phone.
Get them
you
outside.
can't hold a phone when you've got a fish on the line.
No, you can't.
You know, and that's what that's all about. I know the first time I went bass fishing, I fished my whole life. My mom's got a little memento for me from when I was like 10 years old. I was going salmon fishing with my dad, and I came back and I left her a note. It said, "Fishing is boring," and so I was salmon fishing, and that's what I said. Like, you know what? It's true. If you're not catching, it's a long day on the water. You're trying to keep a kid busy, and you got to bring a lot of snacks and keep them busy. Like, they don't catch a fish, but with bass fishing, they're catching. We're having fun. They don't want to eat the fish. They don't want to hurt the fish. They just want to catch something, and it keeps their interest, and they get focused. And the next thing you know, they're a lifelong angler. Enjoy the outdoors. Enjoy what nature gives us to play with.
For sure. My parents were great growing up. We didn't have a lot of money, and I remember my dad took us camping, and I walked the shorelines. Everywhere I got a chance to fish. I can remember my mom, when I was in grade school, driving me to the lake to find a pier to fish off of. And then I bought a canoe when I was a teenager, and I saved up all my lawnmower cutting money. And then I started my career in a 16-foot aluminum boat. And some of my mentors in Canada, like Bob Azumi and Dave Chong, they still remind me about how well I did out of that boat fishing, because I was forced to fish my strengths and learn bodies of water that were manageable, that I could get to. I didn't have the big 21-foot bass boat. I still think today, and I haven't added it up, but I believe that I won more money out of that boat on the Canadian Fishing Tour than any other boat I ever fished out of. So it doesn't matter what kind of boat you have.
Roger that.
If it works, it's all about just getting out there and catching them.
You know, it's true, and getting those kids out there. So, folks, this has been a blast, Joe. We're going to take about an hour's break.
Hour break.
And we're going to be looping through some footages and stuff that we've got. We're going to be back at 1 o'clock. Then we got the weigh-in at 3:30.
Yep.
This is an exciting day.
We're going to cut it off short, the next broadcast, to lead up to some suspense at the weigh-in. And we'll try to update you guys the best we can on who's doing really good and who's catching them, because there is an unknown right now for all of us. We don't know what's in the live well.
No, but you know what? I'm watching the feeds, and guys are still catching them. They're having fun. And that's one thing that we heard all through. We were down at the Delta, and we were having we had the opening ceremonies, and everybody's at the food trucks, and we're around. They were all saying, "What a fishery! What a fishery!" So,
let's jump over to Puerto Rico quick before we sign off.
Let's
the
have a look.
spaceship just told us we've got some. Wow, that's a nice one.
Yeah.
I've got goosebumps, Jeff. This is actually happening right now.
Well,
they're out
live,
there. The guys are stroking them. It's a good day.
Imagine how they feel coming to a place. They didn't know where New Brunswick was.
Nope.
Where? New Brunswick?
Yep.
What's that? But, that's the thing. And I look forward to talking to these guys after today. We're going to have a great weigh-in.
Yep.
All these guys are coming in. We're going to be bringing them up on stage. We've got a great fish care to look after. We'll be having a little quick chat. Hopefully we can give some little tips and things off to the anglers. I can see a lot of boats coming on the water. Like, I saw where that guy was. That was by my house.
Yep.
And I'm taking notes, folks, just so you know. Like, I'm up here, too. I was fishing with Coop and Gus, and every time they cut something off and it went in the ground, I just pick, I'll get that garbage for you, sir.
If you have a boat, this is a great point. If you have a boat and you want to go on the river and watch these guys, get out there and go watch them.
Yeah,
be mindful, be respectful, give them the space to fish. But these guys are used to having people follow them around, especially you know, Gussie winning the Classic was like,
oh my gosh.
There was one thing I was thinking about when Donald was here and we were talking about the quality of the anglers. You know, in Canada, the 4 Canadians that are on the Bassmaster Elite Series collectively right now in their few years on the Bassmaster Elite Series have 2 Bassmaster Open Championships, 5 Bassmaster Elite Championships, an Angler of the Year that was won by Chris Johnston,
Oh, that was just
and
unbelievable.
a Bassmaster Classic, the Super Bowl of fishing in 2023, won by our own Canada Bass Jeff Gustafson. The average is spectacular. There's only 4 of them on tour. Now it gets even better. You take Team USA, you've got Trey McKinney, youngest Elite Series angler to ever win the Blue Trophy. He's here in New Brunswick. Scott Martin, he's won the FLW, the Forest Wood Cup. He's won major FLW championships. He's won a Bassmaster Open on his home body of water, which was huge because the legendary Roland Martin is his father, and it meant so much to their whole family that Scott won a Bassmaster at Lake Okeechobee. Jacob Wheeler has won the MLF Cup 3 or 4 times. I can't even keep track of Jacob Wheeler's stats and what he has actually accomplished in fishing. And they're all here.
I know.
They're all right here right now.
I walked in. I was starstruck. I walked into the Delta. There's Jacob Wheeler sitting at the bar just like by himself.
You
I
know?
walked over. Oh, Jacob. Like, hey, how are you?
And that's the cool thing about these guys that fish. They all come from humble beginnings. They're very approachable. They hang out in the crowd. They'll be by the troughs. Tim Fox and the team here built this this trough system to hold all the fish with a flow-through water system, pump in one end, out the other end, so the water's oxygenated. But the anglers will be here.
It's gone.
When they weigh their fish in and the boats get parked in the lot, you can come and hang out and you can come and talk to them.
They're so approachable.
Get a Canada Bass shirt from the Canada Bass booth.
We're selling some merch, right?
Yeah, we've got merchandise. We've got hats. Dorian's got an actual event-specific hoodie and long sleeve shirt made for the event.
Awesome.
Like,
it's crazy.
Get on down here.
So, folks, listen, we're going to take a break. I'd like to thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to be back at 1 o'clock. We're gonna be looping through some stuff. Anyway, folks, we'll see you at 1 o'clock back here at the Pan American Black Bass Championships in Naguick, Millville, the center of the universe of bass fishing today. See you, Joe.
Ladies and gentlemen, get comfortable. It's going to be a lot of fun. Welcome to the Pan American Black Bass Championships here in beautiful New Brunswick.
Man, oh man, that was a great break here at the Pan American Black Bass Championships. We are dealing with lots of stuff, lots of fish being caught. The weather's cooperating. We've had some mechanical things. We've had some fish breakdowns, which is always fun. Always on the go. The tournament directors are doing a great job. The volunteers are doing a great job getting caught up. We got one of the Canadian teams is up on the water with a full bag of fish and broke down. So we're trying to figure out how we can help that cause. We had another team that had a broken motor that we got off the water, got the compressor all fixed. He's ready to launch, go back. Never know what's coming
the
at
joys
you.
of tournament fishing. Holy smokes.
Yeah, and you said you wanted to be a professional bass angler.
Break out another 1,000.
Yeah. So it's good. We're seeing, I just saw here there had to be seagulls just hammering the water right here at the marina. Like just
Little Theo walked down to the dock with a Ned rig, a black and blue, and threw it towards the beach and caught about a 3.5 pounder.
Well, remember I was telling you, they school right there, like right in the thing. Like it's crazy.
Unbelievable. I don't know if the folks at home can see this. Where did that go?
We're going to be cycling through some Zoom stuff, some Zoom footage. You guys are probably sick of listening to me talk, and we're going to cycle through that, and then we're going to come back in when we see things that we got to talk about or we want to talk about. So we've got some Zoom stuff out there. While we're done the Zoom, there'll be no sound. We're just going to shut our mics off, but we are seeing lots of stuff on the go. It's crazy what is happening here with the weather. It's getting better and better, and then we should see some, I think, with this little bit of a change, that little bit of rip on the water, that crankbait bite might just pack up here this afternoon like crazy.
I don't like the fish that we saw caught in the morning. Look here, Gonzalez hooked up. Wow.
Yeah.
Like there was double headers.
Yeah.
Guys were calling like crazy within the first hour of the tournament. But yeah, Jeff, you nailed it with the water turning over and a little wind picking up, and now the sun's starting to come out.
Oh,
it's shaping up to be the perfect storm for these guys.
Oh, it is, and it will. That sometimes that flat calm got them spooky, and when they see that rough, they're making runs at baits because they don't know. They just eat it and then find out later if they like it.
Yeah,
you're right. Kind of like me, actually. Really, I've been doing that too much, so I have to change.
If the drive-through line's too long, you run through the front door.
Yeah, that's pretty much. Yeah, never short on a meal. That's for sure. Yeah, but anyway, it's all good. And you know, as we watch these things, and we took a break for one of those box lunches that they have from the curling club, and homemade bread and roast beef and an apple and some cookies, which I actually passed those cookies on.
The bread had a sweetness to it, like a molasses bread.
Yeah, probably homemade brown
bread. And everybody, everybody pitched in and made bread in the town for the 185 or 200 box lunches that the curling club put on. Like, support. Thank you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. And this is the thing. You know, we were talking about it earlier about these community events, and when the community gets behind anything, everybody puts their shoulder on the wheel. The wheel turns a lot better and a lot less effort per person.
They believe in the product. They believe in what we're doing, and the support shows. The work ethic here is second to none that I've ever seen. These guys are helping pull boxes out of trucks and set up tents. You know, the whole tournament team and the volunteers, we can't say enough good things about them.
And they never know what's coming at them. Broken boats, broke down, telephone call, that's wrong, this is wrong.
Somebody's going to get live well pump. Somebody's going to get this.
It's funny. We got, I think we've got like a video of some folks listening to or tuning into the live from Puerto Rico or something, I don't know, Spaceship Central should be able to tell me who that is. But
Spaceship Central. One day I'll get to meet those people, I hope.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to be abducted.
You don't have anything to worry about, Jeff. They're not coming for you.
Yeah, they're like, nope, that mold broke. Get rid of that mold.
Team Mexico is dialed in. I'm watching these guys fish like surgical, and they're either pulling like their bait casters, heavy line. They're probably pulling Carolina rigs right now on the bottom.
Okay.
And they know how to, he just got hung up on a rock, and he's able to get his rod tip up high enough. These guys they fish their entire lives in flooded reservoirs that are just sandy, muddy basins with rock.
Okay.
There's very little weed. There's lots of structure, and it's fluctuating water and thermoclines. We're so blessed up here in the north that we have a winter. We have ice.
Yeah.
But down there, they get to fish 365 days a year, but it gets so hot in the south, thermocline kicks in and the water flips, and there's no oxygen in the top of the water. So all those fish go deep. So when you're fishing, December through to March, you're looking at deep fish because it's cold. The deepest water is the most comfortable water. Okay. It's the warmest basin of the body of water. And it's the same in the summer when it gets ridiculously hot. Those fish go deep. Wow. So it's a unique environment these guys come from fishing, but being on a reservoir, you get to learn how to finesse fish these giant largemouth that they chase down there when they're up shallow and they're on the spawn or they're on the gizzard shad bite or they're eating big plugs in the trees. These guys get to chuck and wind. So they're very, very versatile anglers. They bring a lot of experience to the team.
That Chewy Morales. Chewy's the official team captain of
Chewy is, yep, and he's also the vice president of the Pan American Sport Fishing Federation. So he works with Louis Miguel Garcia, and he is the president. So those guys have started the Pan American Sport Fishing Federation that we're all a part of, and we get to enjoy these international fisheries. Mexico is actually hosting next year. Oh, wow. And I was on Team Canada when we won gold the last time Mexico hosted the Pan Am on Lake Guerrero, and it was a tough battle. We fought hard, but we got her done.
We're gonna have to put it right to Chewy's. You got a lot to follow up after Matt Nackwick Millville opportunity here.
Oh, we set the stage for something really special. We did.
So we've got a special video we'd like to play of some folks from Burraway tuning in live to watch their friends and family compete in here. Here they go. So these folks, I believe this is in their hometown. They're all watching. They're making phone calls, talking to their dad or uncle or one of those. So look at the kids, Joe.
How cool is that?
Yeah, man.
Wow.
They're on. I'm not sure.
Puerto Rico is watching the live broadcast right now.
Yeah. Isn't that great? Team Puerto Rico, so they're out contacting. That's what it's about. These guys are going to dream about one day doing the exact same thing.
This is how we grow it.
Yeah, this is how it's grown, and that's the thing with the kids, right? And so as we talk about kids, why don't we get a couple of youngsters up here?
I think that's a great idea.
Let's get a couple of youngsters up here. Can we get one?
They can both fit on one chair,
I'm
sure.
Up, you young fellers.
Come on up here, boys.
Come right up. I'm going to...
Jeff's going to turn your microphone on, okay, guys?
How you guys doing today, anyway?
We're doing good.
Yeah? Can you guys get... I want to just cue the Spaceship Central to put the mic on. What's your name?
Patrick.
Okay.
My name's Tristan.
And do you guys go fishing?
Yeah, we fish. Yep.
Okay. And what's your favorite fish to catch?
Probably a largemouth.
A largemouth. Are you the same or similar?
Pike.
A pike. Oh, he's a pike man.
Whoa, after the giant smallmouth he caught on the back of Dad's boat.
So, are you guys having fun here in Fredericton with your mom and dad down here?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, did you meet any famous people while you're here besides me?
Yeah, we met the mayor.
The mayor?
The mayor's pretty famous.
He's pretty famous. That's
Yeah,
cool.
we met him.
Who else? Anybody else? Did you get anything good to eat?
Who's
Was there
your
anything
favorite? Who's your favorite angler on Team Canada?
Dad.
Cooper.
Cooper.
You.
Oh, good.
Hey.
Okay. Yeah.
For those of you watching, these are my little boys, and
Yeah.
they're fish heads. They're 7 and 9, and they chase me around all over the place. And
And
it's
we're Team Canada.
yeah, buddy, we are. Go Canada, go!
Go Canada. Our thing is Oh Canada, Go Canada. Can you guys give me one of those?
Oh, Canada, go Canada.
Right on.
Nice.
That's everybody's been saying that, and we've been going on forever. So, are you guys have you been checking out the local area here? You find anything interesting or anything that you can tell your friends at home what you think about New Brunswick?
Bay of Fundy.
Yeah, we.
You went to the Bay of Fundy?
Yeah.
Did you walk around those crazy rocks?
Mhm.
Did you?
We
Those
went
stupid-
on the seaweed.
Yeah.
And plus, every time when I see so much mud but no rocks.
Yeah.
I feel like the mud is like deep.
It is deep.
Super
You know what?
And when I take a step, it's deep. It makes me think that my whole leg is down.
Now, did you know that we eat seaweed here? No? You didn't know that? So we have a thing called dulse, and it's a seaweed that grows, and we lay it on the beach, and we let it all dry out, and we eat it like peanuts or a snack, and it's really salty. Yeah, look, do you see how bad that is? He's like, really, seaweed? You guys are crazy.
That's what I do.
Yeah. So anyway, that's something. So would you guys? You should have some seaweed sometime before you go home.
Maybe.
Okay, we're
Maybe.
good. Okay,
Give
so
it a try.
yeah, you should try it. It tastes really salty, so that's why people like to eat it like a snack.
What
And it's got lots of iron in it.
What does it taste like?
It tastes like salt, kind of. Like it's very, it's
like
cool.
like salt water? Like salt
Yeah,
water?
not a little bit, but what you do is you guys got to get some before you leave New Brunswick. And what they do is sometimes they grind it up and they use it like a salt shaker to put in chowder and that kind of stuff. It's really cool. Apparently, not that cool enough, but I'm out of here.
Tell them about the ferns.
Oh, the ferns. Well, that's another funny thing we have is we have fiddleheads, which is basically a fern before it gets too big, and we eat them. But you know,
Looks like Team Columbia was taking their coats off because the sun's out, getting warm.
Getting warm, eh?
What do you think, Patrick? Team Mexico looks pretty dialed in, don't they?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. What do you tell your dad when he makes you go fishing? Let's go, or what do you think? Does he make you go, or do you ask him to go?
Are we gonna catch a big one yet, Dad?
We just go. We just go for it.
We just go. That's
go.
it. We just go.
Yeah, we just
so
go.
So simple. We just go.
He doesn't ask me. We just go.
Just all of a sudden we're in the truck and we're on our way.
Yep.
Hey, that's what happens. Now, do you fall asleep in the truck on the way home?
In the night I almost, but in the day I don't.
We got Team Mexico hooked up with a big one, guys.
Oh yeah, look!
Well, look at
They got
that.
the net out.
Yeah.
I actually got a video somebody sent me with Coop and Gus on a nice one, with the net out, and when the boys
Nice.
get the net out, it's serious.
It's a big one.
Yeah, so that was a good video for me to get. So that's
I think we're gonna be catching up with Moose pretty soon. He's gonna try to. He was in that certain area.
Okay.
And I think he's gonna be hooking up with some of our U.S. boys and some of our
Okay.
Canadians. So.
Yeah, I sent him a note to where.
Oh no, he lost it.
Oh no.
Oh. Gonzalez. That's a heartbreak, folks.
Oh, yeah.
And that happens sometimes when you're fishing deeper smallmouth. The bait tends to want to roll in the fish's mouth, and they get skin hooked. And I find it happens a lot with an EWG hook. It's got a great lockup ratio, but if it rolls and you get skin hooked, you run the risk of losing that fish.
Yeah, sometimes, and you can tell, eh? You can
Yeah,
tell
it was
sometimes.
curled up,
and,
the
yeah,
bait.
and you know,
Yeah.
like I don't know how many times I've asked my partner, we're gonna get one shot at this fish. Like you
Yeah.
can, just when you can feel the bite is crazy.
Nash is hooked up on his 50th birthday.
That's
Oh
good.
no, that's not. It's his 50th, right?
Yeah, Nash. Yeah.
That's right.
Well, I think that is. Yeah, it says Team Puerto Rico, but
Yeah.
it's not. That's the wannabe.
A little.
But we got Team Puerto Rico on the live. That's
Oh,
why
that's
why
right.
that's showing. Yeah. But they're in the Muskeg River, Team Puerto Rico. They're fishing. That's downtown Woodstock, and that's the river that runs pretty much over to Maine. So that is a great possibility. That's how the largemouth got into the province through Maine. But that's underneath this water that you're looking at right there. There's actually an old waterfall.
Oh, okay.
So when they flooded the head pond, that buried the waterfall. So it's big rocks like going down into deep water. In the spring, you can go there and stand on the shore and catch 200 smallmouth, no problem.
It's a great testament to how good these guys are. All the way from Puerto Rico, and he managed to find something as subtle as that.
Yeah.
That's skill on a different level. When you can find that kind of structure, it's always a great rule of thumb to stay on man-made structure. Just smallmouth love that kind of habitat, rocks with whatever brings the bait fish in, and he found it. So,
I mean, look, I'm looking at some live on the other side. Hopefully, it looks like we got Ron and Pat Roche on some stuff. So maybe we'll be able to get some of that going and see. But boys, I just want to say thank you for coming down to New Brunswick.
Yeah.
I want you to. Do you want to say hi to all your friends before you rock and roll back to Mom?
Yeah.
Say hi to all your friends. Any grandparents or anything you want to say hi to?
Tristan. I want to say hi to my grandma and my papa. Hi.
Okay.
And
Okay.
And
Well,
my
listen, you
cousin.
thanks so much for coming up on the stage. We really appreciate it. Okay, so folks, looks like we got a live report coming out of Ron and Pat. So if we can cue them up, we're going to go live to them on the water.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Hey, listen, we're back on the water here, and we've tracked down Team Columbia. Right? Okay, guys, you need to do me a favor. I don't want to disturb you, but can you hold up a couple of fish and show the folks here? Nice jerseys, eh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, very nice.
Nice boat, too.
I like it. I like it.
I just want you guys to say taking stinger in the future.
Oh, yeah, that looks like a juicy one right there. I'm impressed. The St. John River, there's some beautiful, look at that beautiful, oh, yeah. Woo-wee.
Columbia!
Yes.
Team Columbia's got them. Do you think you got about 14 pounds, guys?
Something around 13, 14, something like that.
Good weight. That's good job. You still got a couple hours to go?
Yeah.
How about your guide? Is he okay there?
He's the best.
I bet you it's driving him nuts that he can't fish.
Yeah, it's tough when you're watching you two catch all the fish, yes.
Staring is just driving. Cool crazy.
I know, because he's a fisherman, right?
Right. They're good. They're doing great.
Are they doing
They've
good?
just been plucking away at fish and just seeing and just ding, ding, ding.
Okay, so, hey, look at, he's got a different bait on.
Oh, yes, yes.
So, we've seen the drop shot, right?
Saw a drop shot on one, yeah.
Right. Now, let's just see what you're throwing. What are you throwing there?
Cody's boat broke down. Deep jerk bait. 6 cents.
6 cents jerk bait.
Yeah.
Toss it over here for a second. I'd like to have a look at that.
Where are you?
Nice cast. Look at this. You can just see it down there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now that thing just looks like a real minnow, right?
Sure does, yeah.
Look at it going through the water. Look, you could probably get it on there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to get him to get a cast right to you, Ryan. Look at this is the good thing about live. You'll be able to see exactly what these guys are throwing. Look at that. Now, that jerk bait, that's the way he works it. He twitches it. And see the way he's catching it up with his line? The actual rod does all the tricks, all the work.
Oh, okay.
So he's twitching it and twitching, and then he casts up with the line.
Right.
Catches up with the line.
Can you using in this one from Yuzuri? There's a hybrid line for 15 pounder. 15, and the other ones I have 12. Right. From Yuzuri too.
And that's a fluorocarbon line, or?
No, this is hybrid.
Oh,
This
hybrid
is
line.
monofilament with fluoro.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a mix of both. It's a good line.
Very good.
Yeah.
Nice. How do you like fishing out of the lawn?
Huh?
How do you
Oh
like
my
fishing
God,
out of the
this is
boat?
an awesome boat. It's my
It is.
first time in one of those like this, and it's really good.
It's got the front deck. You can have a
It's
dance
huge.
floor.
Here.
You can sleep right there.
And I'm a 6'6" guy, you know?
Yeah.
And there's a plenty of room. Look, I'm fishing with hand right here.
Yeah.
Right? And it's really comfortable.
Good. I'm
Really,
glad you
really
like
good.
it. Yeah. So you like the St. John River?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
For the first time, I used to fish in the Delaware River, by
Okay.
upstate New York.
Uh-huh.
And it's not this big. It's a big river, but this one, oh my God, man, it's huge and
Yes.
super deep.
It is.
Super, super deep.
Super deep, like steep banks. All right, now what are you fishing? Are you fishing these banks with weeds, or what are you looking for?
I look for rocks, and I don't know if it's hydrilla or something like that. It's like a weed.
Okay.
And that's the two targets that we focus on it. You know, and we use a little bit of this one and look for the lines, and we get it.
Oh, so you're scoping too?
Yeah, just.
So the live scope, that's what we were talking about earlier, that you can actually see the fish swimming with the live scope.
You know, and it's my first time using it, and that's good.
And you like it? Oh, look at the smile right there. Yes.
Yes.
But definitely, really, really good tournament.
Good. I'm glad you guys are enjoying yourself.
Oh yeah, definitely.
That is amazing.
Well, we might have to go to Columbia now and go fish there.
I got the guy right here.
Right there.
He has a tour over there if you want to get peacock bass from 20, 30 pounds. That's the guy.
Oh,
really?
If you want to get cubera in the Pacific Ocean, 13, 15-pound cubera in top water, that's the guy.
Is that right?
That's Daniel.
He has the tour. He take people from everywhere and put it in a good fishes. He has hotels, boats. It's super safe.
Pat,
That's the guy.
I got the phone number, Pat.
And we got the phone number. Look at that.
You can follow him, Columbia Fishing Tours, on Instagram. He's really, really good. He knows what he's doing.
Columbia Fishing Tours it is?
Huh?
What's his handle on Instagram?
Columbia Fishing Tours.
Columbia Fishing Tours.
Yeah.
Did you hear that,
Really,
folks? Look
really
up
good.
Columbia Fishing Tours. If you want to go to Columbia, that's the man to see.
Nice.
Just check it out.
Sounds like
Check it out that page on Instagram, and you will fall in love just with the pictures, man. Things like this, you know, in fresh water.
Nice.
What are we going?
And it's super cheap, to tell you the truth.
Okay.
Super, super, super cheap. You don't get the same price in anywhere.
All right.
So we just got to get there.
He knows what I'm like. I'm a cheap kind of guy.
Yeah,
He got you.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, we got the insight right there
That's
of
right.
what these guys are using. I mean, now see, that was a different technique than the drop shot.
Yes.
You know, the jerk bait.
And it's true, and I also learned something about the line because I use just mainly the braid
Okay.
line. So I'm gonna have to try out some. I might have to buy one or two more fishing rods.
Oh yeah,
you know?
well.
I might. Or three.
I know where to get
Three,
them.
Maybe.
Bass Pro Shops, Cabela's, they got
Okay,
them.
yeah, they're good folks.
Oh, they're great
They're-
folks.
they're
Yeah.
friends
They're
of
actually got a bunch of giveaways to give at the weigh-in too, so we want to make sure you get there.
Oh yeah, and what time's that again?
3:30, I think, and 4.
3:30 and 4. Yeah, and you can come on out. Everyone's welcome to come join.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Back to the line. In this clear water, you want to go to a fluorocarbon line to tie on to, or you can use it straight on your reel, or tie fluorocarbon lead to the braided line, because you can't see fluorocarbon in the water. It goes invisible.
Right.
Yeah. So that's a big The way they're fishing, they got a good shot.
They know what they're doing.
They know exactly what they're doing.
Oh, he's
And look at this thing rocking down the way. I love that. Don't you just love looking at that right there?
It looks like a race boat. Is what it's if you the NASCAR of boats or something.
Well, I tell you, they go so fast, and then they go so slow with the trolling motor.
Yeah, that's right. You get there quick, and your eyes water.
Yes.
You know.
You know how many hats I've lost?
Oh, yeah.
Drives me nuts.
That's a nice hat.
Thank you very much. I know. Yeah. Well, I say we put it on the trailer. We head back to the weigh-in, meet all the folks that want to meet you.
Okay.
Because they just love you.
Oh, that's good. Thank you.
And that's a great thing to have.
That sounds like a great thing to do. And
Yeah.
thanks, Team Columbia.
Yes.
All right. Good luck to you.
Go Columbia, go.
Yes.
Wow. Did you see some of that stuff? Did you see some of that stuff that was on the go there? That Team Mexico must have put. That was a monster.
Yeah, that was a big fish. I think the spaceship got it up there for everybody, which was amazing, and they held 3 giants up. Wow, they've got a tremendously good start to this tournament.
Yeah, I'd say that just took a look. They held up there. Definitely a couple of.
Look at that hook set.
Couple of threes and everything. You know, we've been talking about this, and that big fish just happened.
Yeah,
so we were just talking about like how that bit of sun, that little bit of wind could really set this place on fire. I got a video of Coop and Gus actually putting a nice one in the net, so that's pretty exciting.
I got goosebumps, Jeff. I'm not gonna lie.
No,
I'm nervous for my boys though. I gotta be honest, because watching these guys fish. These guys are dialed in. They know river systems. They know reservoirs. They understand fluctuating water levels. They understand structure, hard bottom. You know, they fish. These smallmouth really. I've been saying this for years. Offshore smallmouth bass relate to the same structure that those southern reservoir largemouth relate to. So a lot of those techniques are very, very crossover techniques. You can drop shot for those big largemouth on those reservoirs when they're on deep rock lines or rock weed transitions. So then you come up here, you're already dialed in.
Oh,
You've got your patterns. You understand what the fish are doing. A bass is a bass.
You know, I was down south. You know, you say that, and I went down south. I was in Antigua last year, and so I had to go down for a work trip. So I packed my stuff, and I said, I'm going to go spin. I want to take my spinning gear, and I got a boat. Guy was a fly fishing guy. I didn't want to do that. But he had the fly gear, but I had brought my own spinning gear. And so we started out. So I started with a Zara spook, big Zara spook like this. I had a little threaded leader for I must have got 200 barracuda. Yep. And I said, I'm doing barracuda, and I'm getting the hits all the time and all top water. I said to the guy, and I go, should I be using fly fishing? He goes, no. He says, you keep doing what you're doing. And so
that's awesome.
We had a lot of fun, right? But the transferring of techniques on fishing, as you mentioned, how those guys get dialed in, it's not that much difference when you get that fish brain on, and those are fish, right?
Yeah.
And so they want to relate to stuff. They want to eat stuff. They want to everything. They want to ambush, whatever it takes. That's just the way it is.
Molina looks like he's flipping a jig on that. So the dominant weed out here, guys, is milfoil. And it's high in oxygen content. It grows on sand and rock. The fish love it. It's a great ambush spot. So he's fishing some kind of a creature or some kind of a jig on a bait caster, and he's pulling it down that weed line right now, and he's making his way down to that pontoon boat. And I'm willing to bet when he gets near that pontoon boat, there's some kind of – that's such a key area. There's a landmark there. There's some kind of structure there that offers shade. Those fish set up on that kind of stuff all over North America. Boat docks are huge. And I've been catching them here on boat docks, and it's kind of weird because I'm used to catching largemouth on boat docks, but to catch a 3.5-pound smallmouth on a creature bait around a boat dock, it's a great spot because under that dock, the weed doesn't grow because of the shade. So it makes a great hole for that fish to sit in.
Yeah, it's flipping docks is something. First time I ever went to a Chevy Mariner Pro Bass up in Rice Lake, and I'm dumb,
my home.
Dumb smallmouth guy coming up, and I didn't know, and all I had was these tubes. Well, I had lots of stuff, but I was flipping tubes in the docks, and I was like dock blind. There was so many docks.
Yep.
Here, Look at that. That's a shoreline. You'd never see that in Rice Lake. One
Yeah.
dock in eyesight. That doesn't happen.
That's the cover.
Yeah.
Right? That is what'll hold the fish. I'll bet you a beer tonight at the Delta that he catches a fish in the next.
We're gonna watch. Here we go.
In the next 3 or 4 casts.
Oh, now we're going 3 or 4 casts. I thought it was a bit good. So we've got Moose standing by. So he's ready because I don't want to lose a beer.
Yeah.
If I get the cut away from the Team Mexico and I go to Moose.
Well, we'll still get to see Mexico.
Yeah, we'll see. So listen, if we've got the Moose queued up, let's see if we can get him going. You guys let us know when he's ready to go.
Hey guys, what's up? We've had we found a lot of boats. Every boat we find, they're not in good cell service, so we haven't been able to report back. But we are here in Kelly's Creek, right across from me. It's Trey and Williams. As soon as we were pulling up, they were catching a giant. They had a massive giant, so we come off plane, watch them put this fish in their well. They got some really, really, really good fish. So, Kelly's Creek, it's an interesting little space to get in. We went through the culvert, a lot made it through, two boys are having a blast back here. It's been very interesting just coming through myself and having a look around. I'm not going to tell you what I see because I think that might help everybody. I don't know, but from what I can see, this is a very, very healthy fishery. These boys are definitely onto something. They keep going up and down this bank, and who knows? Maybe we'll watch them catch another giant. For now, we're just going to keep hopping boat to boat, trying to find cell service. So we'll see you soon.
Thanks a lot, Moose. Yeah, it's a little patchy on the river for cell service. It really is. So Moose he's running and gunning. He's fighting really hard to get a good signal. So that's the thing about it. We don't have any control over where the anglers are going to go, and they're going to run long distances into some of the hidden parts of this river system to try to catch these fish. And there's mountains and elevation all around us. So
well, I get poor cell service driving through St. John.
Yep.
So I mean, I'm not on the river, so that's just the way it is. So one of the things that we want to do, Joe, is the Yeti replay, and that's an awesome thing.
Yeah.
So we're gonna really
we stole that one from Zona. I'm a huge Mark Zona fan at Bassmaster, and he retired this year from broadcasting, and he had a tremendous career, and he just made the live broadcast so great. He used to do the power pole replay of the day.
Okay.
So we're gonna steal that one and do the Yeti replay of the day. So
yeah, that would be where I'm making a Caesar.
Yeah.
with my little shrimp and my bean and everything, the replay of the day, it happens daily.
I'm telling you guys, I've been watching on our feed. I've been watching Team Mexico dial these fish in, and
we're good to
they're
go.
going to be a threat.
So Yeti replay of the day. We're going to play the video.
Here we go.
Here we go. Let's have a look at this. This is your Yeti replay. He's got one on the line. Oh, what a grab.
Wow.
As I can say, let's have another look at this.
The Yeti replays of the day.
The replays of the day. Let's have a look at this.
My buddy Dave Mercer.
Oh.
Wow.
So there they are again, folks. Look at these fish. Unbelievable.
These are healthy, big smallmouth.
Yeah.
I knew it when I watched Team Mexico do their thing. I knew they were going to be a threat.
Yeah, these guys are on the fish, man. We've been watching that for quite a while, and man, this is going to be cool. This is going to be cool to watch this weigh in. I'm so excited. I
think we've got one more of the Yeti replays of the day coming.
Okay, so.
Oh no,
that was both of them there for now. So, but I got we got a team head.
That was the both of them.
Yeah, we got a team that just.
I got excited. I thought maybe she had the Coop and Gussie video because I think Coop and Gussie put a big one in the boat, from what I'm hearing.
Okay, well. We'll get the reports. The thing is, at 3:30, we are going to get the real story. right? So we're seeing lots of folks come in, and some of the folks we actually seen a bag. They just weighed in. We didn't have an opportunity to be there. Is cool. But another thing that we need to think about is we are having a big barbecue put on here tonight at for all the anglers here at the Lions Club with the
What's
meat
it called?
the meat medley.
I hear it's brisket.
The brisket's been on
pork
since
butt, bird ends,
and
a bunch of sides.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I know it's been on. This morning when we came in, it was on.
He was here all night.
Yeah.
This guy showed up last night when we were having lobster dinner. The lobster dinner, brought to you by our buddy Patterson. Unbelievable feed they put on for us.
Oh, yeah.
Just incredible. They brought in, I think, $6,000 worth of lobster to feed all the anglers and give them that East Coast lobster boil.
200 lobsters. So
I haven't had a lot of lobster, Jeff, but I've spent so much time down south. I've had a lot of crawfish, like Cajun boils.
Yeah.
Man. We're trying to track down somebody, and I hope he can get up here. His name is Mark Schlarb. He's the manager of Team USA, and I'm hoping he can join us here if somebody can track him down.
Yeah, I know where he is. He's standing right over there. Hey, boy, he's on the phone. I better not yell at him.
Yeah, we better not yell.
Yeah, better not yell. But we'll get him. We're gonna keep rolling through all these guys and have a chit chat with them. And as we do this, we're watching the live video, and as we can see, the Team Wakanagi is going somewheres up. Looks like they're looking up into the Nashua. Where is that? Woodstock? Yeah, they're driving. They must have been flipping for largemouth. Interesting.
Are they in the arm right now?
No, they're up in Woodstock. They're in the Meduskeg River.
Right.
Yeah. So if you're coming down towards the launch, that's where I
That's
believe.
one of the few areas I've heard has some of the biggest largemouth. They're very random. They're like unicorns, but they're big.
Yeah, it's crazy.
We're going to bring on a very special individual, somebody who has been a huge supporter of the Pan American Black Bass Federation, the team manager and captain of Team USA, Mr. Mark Schlarb.
How you doing, Joe?
Hey, buddy. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Mark, welcome to New Brunswick.
It's great to be here.
Glad
Beautiful
to see
place. I mean, this place is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Beautiful up here.
Mark, have you seen any of this live feed?
Yeah, I was watching a little bit in my truck.
Mexico just put up 3 giants in the boat.
Did they really?
Like big ones.
Yeah,
Okay.
they did. They're on them a little
Surgical.
bit. Have you ever been hearing from your team and communicating? Are they
Yes.
strategizing out there? How's things
they're
going for Team USA?
We've got 4 teams that have over 15.
Okay.
Wow.
Right.
The girls are struggling a little bit, but they had a boat issue.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they're getting it taken care of, but they're in a boat that doesn't have
electronics.
the electronics on it that they need.
Yeah,
But
so I know
gotta
it's
hand
going
it
up
to
there
them.
to get fixed, I think,
Yeah.
right now. So, yeah.
Yep, and they're doing a wonderful job. I just got off the phone with them. That's what I was doing when you were looking for me. I was talking to them. So
That's
good. This place is unbelievable.
Mark, can you tell us a little bit about how it started for Team USA? I know the first Worlds was in South Africa that you guys went to quite a while ago.
Actually, we had a Pan Americans in
18
in 2018. That was
silver medal, beat by USA.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that I actually participated in. I remember. I fished with David Dudley.
Yep.
And we took home the team gold there.
Yep.
And then I went to the Worlds
Mexico.
in South Africa.
Oh, right.
In 2019. And we didn't do so well there because none of our big elites could go. So we just, guys that had fished the Pan Ams, lower ranked guys that weren't as bright. I mean, the guys that I have on my team are just phenomenal.
Yeah.
I mean, they're the best of the best.
Yeah.
So they can catch them wherever they go.
Yeah.
I'm not really worried about that. But, then they, after that, Tony Forte is the president of U.S. Angling, and he called me up one day and asked me if I'd like to be the president of the USA Bass team. I accepted, and I've been doing it now for a few years, and I really enjoy it. I mean, my passion is, fishing and working with the caliber of fishermen that we have out there. Sometimes it's overwhelming.
Yeah.
It
I
really
know.
is.
I know.
Because yesterday, Ryan, we had a family issue with, Justin Hamner.
Yeah.
He couldn't make it, so we had a last-minute alternate. Well, he couldn't get here until last night, so he's never seen this water. So yesterday, Scott was going to practice by himself, and he says, "Mark, need another line in the water." So I got to fish with Scott.
Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah, it was. So practice went fairly good for us. I mean, no monsters, but Scott's really amazing the way he's looking for them things, and he says, "Throw a chatterbait." So I'm throwing a chatterbait, but I throw it out in front of the boat. By the time he's done looking, I'm dragging it behind the boat.
Those pros move fast, eh?
Oh, I'm telling you what.
I've watched Scott Martin break down water and fished against him. Him and I were in the monkey box together in 2018 when you guys won, and they have a remarkable ability. I mean, I'm convinced that a lot of those guys don't even really need a practice because everything is so much on the fly. They can catch fish and learn a body of water as they move around.
Right.
And that comes from years of experience. That comes from, great intuition. And they're the best in the world at it. And that's why on the Bassmaster Elite Series, there's only 3 days of practice. So you go to these bodies of water in the States, and you don't have a lot of time to learn that body of water and figure it out.
That's right.
So these guys are at a huge advantage being able to break down a body of water with limited time.
Yeah, and I was really surprised with Jacob because, he only had 1 day of practice. So did Scott. And how fast they broke down the water and producing. So, Jacob right off the bat had 11 pounds by, I think it was 9 o'clock.
Wow.
And they're calling up from there, so.
That's good. Us guys are starstruck. Like I walked into the Delta.
So I do too.
And walked into the Delta. There's Jacob Wheeler sitting at the bar, and I'm like, oh, hey, how you doing? Like, here's my phone number. What do you need? Like, anything you need?
Me and Moose were in the lobby. I was stapling all the angler packages together at 2 in the morning when Jacob walked in. And he walked right into the lobby. He knows me and Moose and came right up to us at the little computer station there. And they came, man. We pulled everybody together for just this awesome celebration of fishing.
Absolutely. And it is. And, our main goal is to bring this to the world, to make, bass fishing is a sport.
Yeah.
And to make it go into the next level, because all these anglers that are out there, none of them's making a dime.
No.
Everybody hears, it's amazing, you go to, our elites and our pros and say, hey, can you come fish for the USA team? What's it pay? Nothing. Okay. It's, we're fishing for a gold medal. We're trying to make this an Olympic sport.
Yeah.
And this is the steps we have to take. That's why we have a female team. Most of our elite guys, between Charlie Evans, myself, Tony, Scott Martin, he's our captain of our team. We're the ones that, sort of pick out who we're taking. And we try to use rankings, the girls teams that are out here last year won the ICAST Cup in 2023. So when we have female anglers, we have a competition every year at ICAST Cup, and the winners of that automatically go to the Pan Americans.
Nice.
Michelle Jalaba fished on Team USA. She's an awesome ambassador for the sport. She's just a great human being.
Yes.
They caught a monster bag at Okeechobee, her and Shirley.
Yeah, Shirley Crane.
Shirley has a Ranger boat with heated steering wheels. Like Ranger custom heated her seats and her steering wheels. Yes. Like I've been with Ranger for 15 years, and I can't get heated steering wheels on my boat.
I had one. As a matter of fact, the boat that Scott's using right now is my boat, and it had a heating steering wheel, but they had a problem on it, so it recalled. They took it off, and I'm like, on cold days, it was really great.
It would be nice, yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
Mark,
yeah.
it's amazing, and it's to me, I look at the growth of the sport with all the college programs and the high school programs that are out there now, and how big it's growing in Canada, and give you guys some history. USA, Canada, and South Africa, we kind of signed a blood pact in Arkansas at the last Pan American that we would support each other in all of these events, and we would work our tail off to make sure that we send the best of the best to represent, because the eyes are on the sport right now. The world is watching. We had a video earlier of a Puerto Rican family watching their family on the live stream.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is our opportunity to continue to grow the sport of competitive fishing.
Yes.
And we've got kayak fishing and saltwater fishing and all these different disciplines. Bass fishing is our passion, and that's why we're here, to showcase this beautiful fishery. But I'm so impressed with, you know, all the volunteer hours that have gone into USA Angling and Canadian International Sport Fishing Association, and all the work we've put forward to bring these events to light.
Yes.
And I'm really looking for the next time one of us hosts a world championship.
Yes, I mean, we've got the World Championship coming to the USA in 2026 in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Now, what you were saying about, you know, our organization, USA Bass, USA Angling. USA Angling has got so many varieties. We have youth, we have kayak, we got fly fishing, we got women's fishing, sports fishing, offshore kayak. There's so many different. If you go to usangling.org, we're a nonprofit organization. Everyone that is out there busting their behinds to make things happen like what you guys did here, and I'm sure you do the same thing. We're all volunteers. Nobody gets paid. But we rely on our sponsors' monies to help put venues on like this. Absolutely. And you guys are doing a phenomenal job. I love this live broadcast. That's the first.
Yeah.
It is.
And when it comes to Hot Springs, this is exactly what I want to do.
I'll be happy to come down. That'd be great. No, you know what? We got an interview with the U.S. team. Let me just cue this up with Spaceship Central.
Central.
And then maybe you can comment after we get this thing going. Let's see if we get the aliens to zoom in on this and see if we get it's a couple of anglers maybe could tell us
Mark,
about.
we haven't met him yet. They're somewhere up there working all this.
I don't know what.
It's witchcraft, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, no sweat.
Okay, guys, we just hooked up with Team USA. Josh and Joey, I got to ask you, how was the pre-fish?
Man, you know, this place is really cool. It's got a ton of fish. It fishes like a virgin fishery. If you see fish or if you find a good-looking grass line, you're going to catch fish. It's just finding those better fish. And, you know, Team USA is cool. You know, we get to work together this week, and I think we've got a really good game plan together.
Joey, what do you think of the weather? I mean, it's up and down, smallmouth kind of like the sun, but, you know, are you fishing shallow? Are you fishing deep?
Yeah, I think the weather's perfect for the way we're fishing. We're fishing shallow majority of the time, so you know, we might bounce out to a little bit of deeper stuff, but the weather, it is what it is. I mean, it's nice. I'm enjoying it. It's cool. Yeah. So we're gonna have fun either way.
You guys are used to the warm weather, eh? This is kind of warm for us too. So, team-wise, how did you make out? Did you have a meeting last night?
Yeah, you know, we've had a few meetings throughout the week, but, you know, when you got guys like Scott Martin and Jacob Wheeler on the team, you want to meet with them as much as possible so we can all make sure we're on the same page. But we've kind of got the same areas dialed in, so it works out good. You know, it's this format also. We can call each other throughout the tournament, which is super cool. And so look for USA to be up near the top of the leaderboard today.
Well, there you go, folks. Look for USA to be up there. They want to steal the gold back, so this is a team to watch out for. Good luck, guys. Have fun.
Thank you.
Wow, that's what did you think of that?
I tell you what, those two are actually best friends.
Are they really?
Yes, they do a lot of hunting and fishing together.
Okay.
I think when they get done here, they're going out to Colorado or Texas somewhere, and We had a pairing for Joey, but the individual couldn't make it. So Joey called me and said, hey, can I take, Josh Weaver? Well, I knew Josh, okay? And I said, Josh is a good fisherman, He's like, well, he said they get along together, they travel together, they do a lot of stuff together. And Josh is no slouch.
No, he can catch him.
The cowboy, we had him paired up with Larry Nixon at Hot Springs.
I was
Remember
fishing.
that?
I was fishing beside him. Like, you want to talk about a guy scoping with a jerk bait? I've never seen a human being on the water work like that guy. I think Larry was in awe of Joey.
Yeah.
Like, I think Larry Nixon, the general, was sitting there just awe-inspired at how hard this kid worked. And I loved it. I met Joey for the first time last year in Arkansas. We had a long conversation, and I got to watch his video Bass did on his beginnings and where he came from and his home, and just humble beginnings, just such a genuine, down-to-earth human being.
Well, that's the thing about these people. I mean, actually, if you see Scott Martin, I mean, and even Jacob, you get thrown back because they're who they are.
Bigger than life.
But, yes. But, they're regular people.
Yeah.
You can go up and talk to them. Go up. I mean, some people are afraid. Go up and talk to them. Ask them for autograph. I mean, not that their heads get bigger, but they live for that. I mean, because that helps the sport grow.
Yep.
Okay?
Right.
And they do things with the youth. And it's just like, Larry Nixon. I mean, Joey was Larry's protege.
Yep.
Okay? So it's a trickle-down effect.
Huge.
Yeah. We were just talking about the kids, like our Doran Outfitters, the guys you see that big trailer, came over to the mayor of Nackwick yesterday and offered 150 rod and reel combinations for the kids event next spring.
That's awesome.
So like that,
Absolutely
see how
awesome.
people get the excitement of these kind of events, and they get wrapped up in it. It's kind of like going to one of those Ducks Unlimited dinners, and you're buying that 30th print that you didn't really need, and your wife says, "Why did you spend $1,000? I get that at Walmart for $1.99." That kind of thing. So, that it's the hype of that moment, and we see kids running around here. You know what I mean? And sun is coming out. You tell me this. You've been to New Brunswick before? No, eh?
No, this is my first time here.
So when you came, what was the difference between what you thought you were coming to and then what you see actually here today?
Well, around here you got beautiful trees. The thing that caught my attention first off when we drove in is the trees are all little because they've been timbered out over the years.
Yeah.
And so it's like, man, they don't have no forest up here. But it really shows the landscape of the country, and it's actually beautiful. And coming up this time of year, we're just coming into the colors.
Yeah.
This place is beautiful, but that water out there is awesome. I went fishing on Monday. Me and myself and Dale Black from Gamma, because he's one of our sponsors.
Yeah.
And so I brought him along. He's my right-hand man. Well, there's nobody in my boat on Monday. We both had license. Hey, let's go out and go fish. We must have caught 80 fish. And some of them were really nice. I'm like, these guys are going to tear them up. Because if Dale and I can catch them, them guys are going to tear them up.
Yeah, and that's the thing about this is that they're not pressured. It's a real factory, so the average Joe or the average Jill can come down with their kids and spend a little bit of time catching from shore and enjoy them.
Guys, there's 42 billion smallmouth in this river. we don't have problems right now, but this is a great story unfolding. Our girls from Team USA are getting their boat back.
Oh, okay,
that's
so
awesome.
That's live. So what happened?
Good.
They had a compressor on that Optimax.
Oh,
went
is that
down,
what it was? Okay.
And they were able to get down to Phil's Auto and Recreation. Phil himself personally got that compressor, got it installed, got them back on the water. They're in Woodstock right now. What we did is we had an official travel with Gord to go up and watch the transfer of fish and get it all done. and then they can get back out there with the live scope and the stuff that they need this afternoon.
That's awesome.
And I don't think they missed much time fishing. We had that 20-foot Ranger in the water and out to them.
Yeah.
You know,
and they're not due until 4 o'clock, so. Well, they still have 2 hours of live scoping they can do.
Yeah.
So
I think we're going to go over to Moose, guys. He's got an interview set up with Dwayne Jacobs.
Oh, yeah, you think he's on a boat. Somebody actually welcomed him aboard. Let's see if we can find Moose and go live.
To me?
Thanks, man.
Not a problem.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, anytime.
What's up? What's up? What's up? I caught up with some of the Turtle Island crew. Dwayne Jacobs, how are you, sir?
I'm doing great.
So far, so good, or what?
Yeah, tons of fish. I think it's going to be one of those days where the one or two of those big bites matter, and we just haven't had them yet.
Yeah.
All our big bites have come in the afternoon anyway, so we're not panicking yet.
Are you fishing the same water you pre-fished in, or are you looking for new water at
Actually,
this point?
we decided to hit some of Wanger's water
Oh, boy.
for this afternoon. He's going to see us here, so.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Now we're in trouble.
Is it the Mosel that are eating them all?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mosel, which means moose, right?
Yeah.
All right, right on. Well, hey, big guy, how you doing back there?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
You catching giants, right?
Yeah, all day long.
All day long. So as you can see, we've had a little bit of an issue with cell service, but we've had no issues finding people that are catching fish. So I'm glad you guys got 5 in the well. I'm going to let you be. I'm going to let you go and catch that 4 or 5 pounder. So make me proud, buddy.
I will.
All right. Back to you.
The arena. Yeah. Joey, how come?
Wow, that was super cool. Thanks, Moose.
Oh, man. Sorry.
Dwayne Jacobs is
thanks, Mark.
Man, he's
really appreciate you coming aboard. We're going to talk to you tomorrow.
Mark's leaving us.
After
See you, brother. Thank you so much, Mark.
After we see the results today, then you got to tell us the stories tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
That's the president of a U.S. Bass team. Man, those guys are killers.
It looks like Moose really wants to pick up a rod and start fishing with those boys, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he we just heard, what was that report? 16 and change from a team this morning at 10 o'clock. One of the U.S. teams was reported in with 10 and change, or 16 and change. So that's 10 o'clock. Like, you get a long time to get a kicker.
Wow.
So, hey, is there fish in the St. John River? You betcha.
42 billion.
Yeah, 42 billion. That's
was
the
it
new
37
number.
billion before lunch?
Yeah, they're growing. They're growing every minute,
Yeah.
So there's Team Woolastook. They're back at it under the Meduskeg Bridge in the mouth of Meduskeg. That's where the Meduskeg meets the St. John River. So that's that old waterfalls that comes in there.
There's a lot of stuff in that part of the system.
Yeah.
I was in there 2 springs ago, and it's you could pull into one of these creeks and you would almost think you're on a reservoir in the south, and you go into one of these creeks and it's a massive body of water on its own. You could spend your entire year fishing in one of these creeks on the St. Johns River and not see it all. What do we have, Jeff, from our fishing limits at the covered bridge to the end of the
arm?
The arm. What are we, like 70 or 80 miles?
Yeah, I think it's like right around 60, actually, yeah. But, I mean, and that's only one little section of the river. The St. John River is the largest river east of the Mississippi. Like, it's a monster river. It runs from Quebec through Maine all the way down to into New Brunswick and empties out at the bottom of New Brunswick into the Bay of Fundy. So when you're talking about nutrient source and food sources and all that, it's crazy what's available.
From what I understand, on the other side of the dam towards the Fredericton side of the river, there are some absolute giants that live in that body of water.
So
some of those lakes that are attached to the river.
Yeah, I have a friend that is a biologist, and they were out doing some tagging, and he was working on some trap nets. And they weren't really specifically for smallmouth, but they ended up getting a bunch of smallmouth in there. And he decided he was going to throw a tag in one. The one that he threw the tag in was 7.5 pounds. And he said, Jeff, It wasn't the biggest one.
Woolastook's been looking at this fish on the scope, and he just lost it. Mitchell just lost it right boat side. Oh, man.
So they were scoping that thing. What was it? Drop a drop shot on that, Joe?
Yeah, so it looked like one of the anglers was swimming some kind of a jig or a minnow bait back to the boat, and the angler at the back of the boat was dragging a bait. And I think he might have called a fish in, because I saw the angler on the trolling motor, Nash, set the hook and miss on the front of the boat. And I don't know if it was a follow-up on that fish or not. Maybe the spaceship can cut us a little replay on that fish lost.
I don't know if they can do that on the live Zoom feeds, but yeah.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah, so, but I mean, this is like, here we are. This is what I love about bass fishing. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the trout guys are home having a nap. The salmon guys are eating prime rib and drinking scotch. Bass guys are out hammering bass.
And they're just having a riot.
Having fun. Not even stopping to eat in most cases. You know how many times you go fishing, take a lunch, never have a bite?
Yeah.
Like it happens all the time. And they go, I got all these great plans. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Come home with the same food. The only time it never happens, I get that dirty bird. The Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Love it.
Yeah, it's the only time I eat Kentucky Fried Chicken is on the boat. And then the night before, you get a big bucket of that, and everybody's coming to the boat.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, I think what we're going to do, I think we do have a few interviews from yesterday. So what I'd like to do is we're going to play a few of those, and then after that, we will then we're going to take a break until get all our stuff taken off the stage here.
Yep.
And then we have to get set up for the weigh-in, and then we're going to
tear this sucker down.
We're going to come back in on the live at weigh-in. I am so excited to see what these guys bring in. We've been watching them.
Man, I'm nervous. I'm like, this
Team
is,
Canada.
Holy smokes.
We haven't. I don't know. I haven't heard any reports from Team Canada. So
I think they're hidden away in the far reaches of this river right now, and I'm pretty sure some of the guys are on some really special fish. So it's going to be exciting. It's going to be nail biting. There's going to be an awesome show at this weigh-in.
Oh man, it's going to be awesome. I mean, Scott Martin, Bob Azumi, Jacob Wheeler, Gussie,
Trey
Coop,
McKinney,
Trey
Tyler
McKinney.
Williams.
I can't even remember all the famous
Canadian
names.
legend David Chong.
It's. Okay, yeah, so that, I should let everybody know.
The spaceship just notified us.
Yeah, the weigh-in is a different stream link.
Yep.
Okay, so
it'll
you'll have.
be uploaded on the Canada Bass page. Okay,
Yep.
guys, it'll be a different stream link, so please
tune in.
And remember, share this footage, like the Canada Bass page, follow us. Your name will automatically go into the Yeti Adventure Pack draw. There's $400 Yeti chairs that me and Jeff have been lounging in all day.
There's some comfortable
There's a 75 quart Yeti cooler that's going to go to somebody. There's a
$800 cooler.
Yeah, I know. There's like a $300 backpack over there.
Oh, it's
There's
incredible.
2 high-end Fenwick fishing rods that were donated for that giveaway.
Fenwick. Oh,
yeah, you're gonna get.
That's one of my
winners are gonna
brands.
get these limited Pan American black bass 20-ounce tumblers with the slide lid. So thank you very much, Yeti.
Yeah, Yeti's good. BKK Hooks, Dorian Outfitters, the City of Fredericton, the Capital Region Tourism, ACOA, the RDs, the Regional Development Corporation, Province of New Brunswick. This stuff just happens. There's no work behind the scenes here at all. It's just like boom.
Have you seen me running around that hotel?
I never seen
smokes.
such a guy got more anxiety than a friggin' teenage girl.
I almost hope I don't have to fish tomorrow for all those reasons.
Yeah, but anyway, let's see if we can queue up some of these interviews, and we'll see you just after some of these interviews, and we'll be signing off.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Go ahead on the interviews there.
We just hooked up with a couple of guys from Team Canada, Steve and Dave Chong. Guys, what's the game plan?
Well, the game plan today is to try to stay dry and hopefully locate some more big fish that we can use in the next 2 days.
So, Steve, you've been out here already, and what do you think of the water so far?
Absolutely love it. So many fish. What a great fishery. Go north, go south. It's awesome. It's just finding those 3+ pound fish is going to be critical.
So, team meeting last night, did you have?
We had it yesterday morning. We had a team meeting.
And everybody seem to be working together, Dave, or is it like, back in Ontario or any other tournament, you just keep everything to yourself?
No, we've been really stressing to everybody, especially with Bob, our captain, and everything at Zumi, that this is a team event and we have to work together if we're going to have success. So I think everybody is pretty well bought into the program. So I think we're good.
So this isn't the first one you fished.
No, I've done several Pan Americans, 3 I think, and a World Championship. So I'm familiar with the program.
You are. And Steve, you?
My first go, I got tired of listening about Dave's great experience with the Pan Ams. I said, I got to get in on this action. So,
you know what? I want you guys to have the best of luck. Stay safe out there. And I want to see you hold up the gold, boys.
Absolutely. Go Canada.
We got some liquid gold after we get the gold.
There you go. Hopefully Canada brings the gold home. You got some really good sticks here to help them out. So stick around. You might want to see the end of this. I think they really got a good chance. Tyler Williams, good morning, my friend. How are you?
Good. How are you?
You all set to go out here in the St. John River?
Oh, yeah. I'm excited.
Have you been out already this week?
Oh, yeah. I lived here for a week.
So which way you going, north or south?
I might just fish right here. I'm thinking. I don't know. I'll see where everybody else goes and go from there.
Well, good luck to you, pal. Be safe out there. Morning, Joey. How are you?
I'm great. I'm ready to get out there and get to fishing. This weather looks awesome.
You like it like this?
Yeah. Why not?
What about the coolness? You like the coolness of the air?
Yeah, I do. I love the coolness. That's why I was excited to come up here, to be honest with you, because it's like 100 degrees at my house right now.
Right,
so,
right.
Yeah.
So smallmouth, largemouth, what's your game plan?
100% smallmouth.
Right.
We've been checking a little bit of largemouth stuff, but I enjoy catching smallmouth, and that's why we come up here. So, and I think that's probably going to win, be the better weights. Majority of the bags are going to be smallmouth, so that's what we'll do.
So you had a great year on the Elites. I followed you the whole year. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And Classic bound?
Not this year.
I know. I did want to say it.
Last year, I had a great year. This year was a little bit different. But we get back in there and catch them next year, and looking forward to next season. So.
Well, you know what? The expo's fun anyway. I mean, all your fans come there to see you, and you get to talk to the people, and it's fun.
Yeah, there's nothing like the Classic. I mean, the amount of people that come, just so, like you said, the fans and stuff, and it's an awesome time. I really enjoy it. Even if I don't get to fish it, it's fun.
What about this event? Now, all these nations, everybody getting together. What do you think?
I really love it. I love to see these other countries compete. Now, I did this tournament last year in Hot Springs, Arkansas, and I had a blast. It was my first time ever doing it, but I just love it. I love the format. I love the team, like us working together as a team. That's really cool to me. We don't get to do that very much, so it's just a cool format tournament. I think it's a blast. I wish more people could come and fish this thing. Yeah. I wish it would get really big.
I think it will. I mean, we're all plugging, having guys like you on this event. It really helps. The Cowboy, Joey Sequentes from the U.S. right here. Morning, sir. How are you, Scott Martin?
Doing well. A little brisk this morning, a lot different than Florida.
I'll bet you. Team strategy, got it going?
Yeah, we have. Yeah, we've got 6 boats in this event, and we've got everybody kind of strategically throughout this whole river. We don't have all 6 boats in one area. And so today's practice day, we're going to kind of evaluate and see what we feel like might be the best region of this river, and then make adjustments accordingly tomorrow. That's what's the beautiful thing about this team format, is that we can strategize like that. So, like, even though I know some places that I feel like maybe I can catch bigger fish, but I've already got a couple guys on our team in that area, so I'm going to go fish a different spot.
And that's a great thing about a team event like that. You can go. The weather, and now if it rains, are you going to change strategies at all?
No, I don't think so. There's not much to change here. Really, the biggest thing here is just fish the conditions, and with it raining and stuff like that, it's going to be jerk baits, moving baits, top water, things like that, which would be good. And it's good. It's going to be great like that today as well. So the pattern's not going to change much. The only thing that could change is if we get a lot of rain and the current increases, maybe runoff in some places. Those type of things can be kind of that X factor, and we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
So generally, smallmouth, especially like St. Lawrence area, Lake Ontario, they like the sun. What do you think here?
I don't know. They're a fish here, but I'm sure they respond similar to what they do everywhere else. But most of these fish are shallow right now. I don't see them going out deep. I think most of these fish are living anywhere from 6 to 15 feet anyways. So, you can catch them when you're in different, 30, 40 foot of water like on the Lake Ontario, those fish can get a little more difficult. But I don't think it'll be a problem here.
You know what? Congratulations on your team. Congratulations getting here, buddy. I know it's a long way to come, especially from Florida. You guys got a good team. You got a stacked team, man. I don't know. It looks pretty good.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I think it fits well. We've got a couple of the young guys on our team, and they've been really catching a lot of fish. They jive well together, and of course we have Wheeler and just a lot of good guys. So it's gonna be a good event, hopefully. But look, Team Canada. I mean, they've got the A game. They've got Gussie. They've got Coop. I mean, those guys right there know how to fish, obviously. And we got our work cut out for us. Team Canada beat us last time when we were up here in the Pan Am by an ounce.
Yeah, I heard that.
Like actually by a fraction of an ounce. And so we gotta catch every ounce we can.
Redemption time. Well, good luck. Stay safe out there, my friend. Thank you very much for your time.
Wow, eh? There's some good interviews right there.
He's a beauty. I love Scott. I had a long conversation with Scott a week or two before the event kicked off, and we strategized on the future of international competitive bass fishing, and we had some ideas, and there's some really exciting things to come in the future for USA Angling and Canada Bass and
awesome.
Everybody that wants to join the ride.
Exciting futures. We are going to sign off, swap the stage out.
I don't want to get out of this chair, man.
It's nice, the Yeti chairs.
We got the best seat of the day. We got to watch the tournament.
Yeah.
Hang out with some cool people.
I know.
I had my kids up here.
It's awesome. This is the best. You know what I said when they said, what do you think about doing this Pan American Games? I said, I got the front row seat to the Bassmaster Classic of New Brunswick.
Yes, brother.
Here we are.
Thanks, guys.
Anyway,
like and share.
Like and share. We'll see you guys back here at 3 o'clock. We're going to fix the stage.
3:30 and 4 is the weigh-in.
Weigh-in starts at 3:30, but we'll be back here at 3, I guess. But listen, folks, get up here to Nakwik. Come meet some of these bass heroes.
Yep.
They're doing autographs. We're selling stuff. We got merch. We got all kinds of stuff on the go here.
There's a bunch of people starting to roll into the park here.
Yep.
The tackle stores are set up. Everybody's
Everybody's
getting
good.
here.
So listen, the Black Bass Championship, the Pan American, we're back at 3:30 for the weigh-in. Let's see these giant smallmouth and who is going to weigh in the very first largemouth ever weighed in at a tournament in New Brunswick.
Wow. If you guys are watching, this is a cool one. Let's put up in the comments section what you think the biggest largemouth might be today at the weigh-ins.
Wow.
If somebody gets it close and I can read through the comments, I'll send you one of these Yeti tumblers.
Not that one, that's mine.
Oh. Sign it, man. That's got to be worth $5.
What, to the person that gets it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Yeti's worth 40.
Wow.
I devalued it by signing it by $35.
That's why it's only $5, but it's
yeah,
a good
I know.
deal.
How
All
did
they
I
gotta do
devalue it so much? I don't know. Anyway, folks, we'll see you back here at the weigh-in, 3:30. Y'all have a good day now, you hear? That's my
Your
for
son?
the US thing. You know what I mean? I don't want to say, hey, have fun, eh?
Adios, amigos.
See you, boys. Thank you.